The Bible. Is it hard to understand when it comes to reading the Bible? The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God. The seals have been broken, and the truth is here. And when you go throughout the scriptures, when you go throughout extra biblical records, you find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language. Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard. What are those mysteries? The truth of your book and the truth will make you Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited.
Come on in. Shalom, shalom. Okay, I don't understand what people are saying concerning the sound. The sound should be perfect. Something is wrong with the sound. They're static. The music is distorted. That's weird. Okay, well, what about my microphone? Is my microphone good? Yes? That's weird. I did nothing different. So let's just make sure my microphone is good, because maybe there's something wrong with the audio here. I'm not sure. The voice is clear. Great, great, great. So I would just need to check the audio. 1 second. For when the music plays back. All right. Well, I'll do it a little different this time. I'll have it come through the speaker, since my mic is fine. There might be something wrong between the sound that's coming through the mixer. So I have a default. All right, it's fine. I sound good? I'm good? Okay, great. We're going to go with this then. That's fine. Y'all know the song, The Most High is Calling Back Israel. Shalom to my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar here live with our weekly broadcast, podcast, whatever you would like to call it. Right? Now, the original name of the title, and first of all, before I go into it, let me thank you all for your presence. You know what to do. Hit the like button. It helps the algorithm move things on the outside of YouTube and let others understand that we are recording. Right? You say, Elder broke out the old record player. I have to get one. I'm going to get me an old record player. Some old records, as well as some old CDs and CD players, because once these computers go, folks, let me tell you, old music not this streaming stuff, will be worth its weight in gold. Believe me. So I have to get me a turntable, get all the old records we grew up listening to, as well as a CD player, a DVD player, because folks, everything is linked to the beast, and they can just take away our artistic history like that. So I'm glad someone put that out there, brothers and sisters, because I really have to get up on that. I have to get up on that to make sure that, when things go down, we can reflect back on, the glory days of Babylon. All right. All right. I hope I'm better now. Sound is good? Okay. Thank you for your presence. Hit the like button. All praises be to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of Yeshua, the Warwalk. Right? Now, the original title to this particular broadcast this evening, because that's what it is, a broadcast. The original title was Germany's Black Israelite Holocaust, right? But I renamed it Genocide, because we know, based on how things are mainstream, Holocaust has a specific meaning for a specific event, right? So I renamed it Germany's Black Israelite Genocide. I'm going to show you why I'm going into this in a moment to talk about it, right? So I just renamed it Germany's Black Israelite Genocide, right? So to not, cross politically between others and all this, right? To focus on what have happened to our people by the hands of Germany. And what does that mean for us, not just from a religious standpoint, a historical standpoint as Israelites, but a political standpoint. And I'm going to talk about that today. And I hope you all can chime in. I don't know if Blog Talk is working. It's been on the blink for the last week, but if not, I'll pull up Zoom. We can interact that way, okay? A lot of weird things have been happening through some of this technology lately, so it is what it is. Shalom. Right? So, and I use a play on the word Black Israelite, right? Why? Because automatically when you type in Black Israelite on YouTube, Google, or whatever the case is, automatically it comes up hit pieces on Israelites as if they're the modern day KKK. And they try to make it into a monolith that all black people who know they're Israelites, according to history, are some fringe, radical, racist group. And I hope we can clear that up with this particular broadcast and bring into light the political, I would say, currency that comes with realizing that we're Israelites. Okay? That and more will be unpacked within this particular broadcast. All right? Let me pull this up closer. Sound is good. All right. Let me make sure, because I don't want to have to scream up in here. I'm going to take my time with this. I'm going to unpack it. Boy, are we in for a serious, informative broadcast. Not before we announce the next installment of your Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay? You don't want to miss this. Making it through Jacob's trouble. The next Hebrew and Bible Academy starts April 21st, 9 a.m. Eastern New York time. Okay? I hope to see you all there because we have brand new lessons never taught, impactful understanding on how to get through Jacob's trouble, some of what we've taught on some level since the Most High have given us this ministry well before YouTube. We're talking about lessons like the path to the mark of the beast, showing you the world going into all these wars leading to a one world system in which the entire population of the world is controlled digitally, right? And here it is, what we've been talking about for years has now come into play. And we were talking about this on the street, talking about this with the Spirit of the Most High, well before YouTube. But anyway, we've quantified a few lessons to give some true insight on what Jacob's trouble is according to the Bible. The fact that we're actually leaning into the end of Jacob's trouble, actually. And a lot of people out there don't realize that our people, black people, Native Americans, and the indigenous people who have been conquered throughout the four corners of the earth are in fact from the lost tribes of Jacob, of Israel, genetically, okay? So this is not just something that will impact us here in America or in the Western world. I hear you. I adjure you, brothers and sisters, that if this interests you, no matter where you are in the earth, please be a part of this academy. It will help you immensely to understand how to prepare through the end of Jacob's trouble, right? Now, what will be unpacked in this academy? Well, we have brand new lessons. Identifying the Gentile nations will be one of them. Identifying the Gentile nations. Gentiles are not just Japhetic people. Gentiles are all non-Israelites. How to identify them, and why is that important according to the scriptures? Well, the Bible wouldn't have given us a table of nations if races weren't important, okay? Table of nations give you the insight of all the nations outside of Israel, the gods they serve, and how their worships and beliefs can conflict with true believers, right? So there's a lot of disguised religions today, such as Hinduism, New Age, Islam, that are really ancient Gentile religions, which were anti-God, anti-Bible, anti-Christ. So we must identify these people so to know how when they come amongst us, right, whether or not they are a threat politically, religiously, or even otherwise against our people in our communities, and whether or not we can trust these people who have these satanic ideologies, not just against us, but also were against our forefathers. This is why the identification of the Gentiles are so important. Hence the reason the Bible labels all nations. So we're going to go into a lesson probably around week 5 or 6 and identify the nations of the earth so you'll understand what they believe and how, when they come amongst us, how they conflict against us intentionally. Why? Because they're anti-God, anti-Christ. So we're going to identify those. Now, are we talking about all races and nations? No, we're going to identify the religions of their forefathers and let the nations know that if they want to escape the judgment that's coming on their forefathers, that they must put down, that's right, the conspiracy that they're utilizing to destroy our people throughout the earth. So we're not saying that the Gentiles doesn't have a chance, right? But we have to identify them, and unless they repent, we must see them as the political enemies they might be, okay? Next. Final battle between Esau and Jacob. We're even going into the Dead Sea Scrolls to show this battle. And I hope you are there, because this battle is not just on a physical level when Christ returns. Christ really ends the battle. Esau and Jacob is the battle that began in a black woman's womb with Jacob and Esau. Esau being the big brother who eventually lost the birthright and the blessing, and have been fighting in this earth to regain that power ever since. Well, Esau is in power, and he's been fighting and destroying Jacob through proxy, and I'm going to talk about that in the lesson today. When Christ returns, he ends the battle. He ends that battle that began in our mother's womb. And we're talking about the battle between, politically and otherwise, in the earth, between what you would call the so-called black man and the so-called white man. There's no such people as black and white in the Bible. The Bible identifies nations. And because we don't understand the nations of the earth, the children of Israel have been attacked by the nations that have always fought against our people, unbeknownst to ourselves. But we're going to talk about that. The final battle between Esau and Jacob. And we're going to also identify the cult within Christianity, right? There's a cancer within Christianity that was actually infused within modern day Christianity after our fall in Jerusalem. Okay, it's a cult mentality, a cult sacrifice that came from Babylon itself that was secretly practiced amongst the Roman elite. Okay, and it was a cult. That ideology of the cult was actually infused in modern day Christianity. And that's why any place Christianity goes, death follows. Okay, so anyone that have taken on to this modern day Christianity that we see that have been spearheaded by the Romans, Vaticans, don't even realize how Christianity has been used as a spiritual weapon to indirectly destroy the earth, not just God's people, but all people. And we're going to talk about that. Christianity is really the hub for the New Age movement. It's a cult ideology that started amongst the elite in Rome, and we're going to roll that out for the first time in this academy. Next, the truth about Mecca, the satanic rituals at the Kaaba stone. A lot of people out there believe that Arabs, right, are the authority at the Kaaba stone or Mecca. But when Malcolm X went to Mecca, it totally blew him away concerning how he seen white people and others, right, worshiping at the rock. It threw him off, and it made him what? Not trust his teachers who once told him that Islam is really the black man's religion. Well, guess what? The Kaaba stone wasn't set up by Arabs. It's a connection to Rome, and we're going to talk about the satanic chants and rituals they deal with that opens up a vortex at Mecca, folks, to allow the darkness unseen to come into the earth. And this is what they bring to their mosques and all their temples when they set up as merchants in our communities. So no wonder the more these Gentile temples set up, the worse our communities become. Hey, we're connecting the dots for you. You don't want to miss the truth about Mecca and the satanic rituals that's there. A Babylonian ritual that's amongst all races of people, Asian, white, Arab, they're all there under secret rites and rituals that you've never heard about, but you're going to find out its pagan satanic origin in this academy. Next, how Christ will guide us through Jacob's trouble. Okay, we're going to talk about that, how Christ will guide us through. Only through the faith of God, okay, and Christ, who was sent and prophesied not only through the Old but the New Testament. Only through that wisdom and guidance will our people, as a remnant, or a remnant of the throughout the earth altogether, will actually make it through this. Okay, and we're going to talk about how Christ guides us through trouble, the same way he did during the so-called pandemic when all that happened. Hey, we prayed, we leaned on Christ, and he gave us the fortitude to choose faith over fear. Well, that was a beta test for what's about to happen, because much worse will come down the pipeline. So how we fared through that is how the Most High can get us through every trouble, every event, until we're saved by Christ himself. We're going to talk about that. Enduring through the seven trumps. We're going to break down the seven trumps like never before, written in the book of Revelation. And it's no wonder we're at the end of those seven trumps. And we're going to talk about that in lieu of the secrets of the times. Okay. We really got, believe it or not, we got a good 3 to 3.5 years to get a few things in preparation that can actually sustain us past 2032. Let me put it that way. And we're going to talk about infused in Islam. We're going to go into Islam, slavery, and all that. The dark side of Islam. Okay. slavery. All right. That and more in your Hebrew and Bible Academy, brothers and sisters. And I hope you are enrolled. Please come through, because for the first time, we're going to have these lessons prepared for you. Every lesson bullet point I've just went over, you'll receive in the academy. And of course, we're going to have some of our popular lessons like the creation of the universe. And when I go into the creation of the universe this time, I'm going to also go into the 12 portals and the many portals, not just on the outside of the earth, but inside the earth that have been found through NASA. Those particular portals or gates the Bible speaks of, okay, have been found by NASA since 2012. Okay, they have set up CERN, which is 1/3 of the base of the Tower of Babel, that opens these particular portals. Right. So a lot of these portals that we're talking about with CERN and all that, the Bible identify these particular portals. That's right. The gates between the heavenly realm, which is heaven on the outside of your firmament, and earth. Okay. So they have the technology to open up these gates. And that's right. It's the same technology that was used at the Tower of Babel. Well, folks, you've seen what just happened a few days ago when they turned on CERN. You've seen rings open up all over the earth and all of that. Folks, this is no different. We're in the last days, and Satan have given NASA and the powers that be the technology to open the gates between heaven and earth. Okay, so I'm going to talk about that and more in this Hebrew and Bible Academy. I expect, brothers and sisters, if you want some of this information, to actually go to historytimes.org and enroll. Okay, and this way we can teach these within a closed environment, a school environment, Hebrew, news, uncensored, as well as lessons like you've never learned on earth. It's guaranteed. Okay. Now, the other thing is, a lot of brothers and sisters may look at this and say, well, Elder, what's going on? A lot of this information, why can't you just invite everyone for free in the academy? Okay. That's a good question. But keep in mind, we have many lessons for free throughout the week, like the one you get today. Okay. We have thousands upon thousands of lessons online. And even if you don't donate to the church, you have access to build and understand the path towards Christ. Okay. So we're not denying anyone anything, but in a school setting, you have to understand it must be a controlled environment. So trolls and people who would normally attack and disturb the awakening are excluded. It must be when we're in these classes, these are serious classes that are focused on those who would like to learn in good faith. That's number one. Number two, it costs. It costs a lot of money. I can't even tell you the bill that it costs just to pay annually for the, even though I have to explain this, but I'm gonna let you know, for the platform we actually stream from. It's costly. And then you have administrators working around the clock. You have lessons. You have, I have what? I have payments that I have with certain serious universities for white papers and all of these things that cost. If I was to pan around and show you the books that I get, you can no longer get on earth right now without spending thousands of dollars for. Okay. So, and another thing, if we were to have it free, then it would be what? Thousands upon thousands of people. Who's going to manage these people? And what time do we have to make sure all these people are enrolled? Right. And think about this. That's a lot of money in of itself. Now, Christ says, where your treasures are, your heart shall be also. So when you put your money in something, usually it's that extra incentive to make sure you get everything you can out of it. Usually people don't appreciate something when it's free. Okay. And that's why Christ says, where your treasures are, your heart shall be also. If you appreciate the work we put in to make sure this happens in a controlled fashion, you can at least make sure the fees are paid because we do our part. The next thing, I told brothers or sisters who had an issue with us actually having a school. You pay for things every day and don't complain when the nations come into your communities and charge you and you get nothing out of it. That's number one. Number two, I said, well, listen, we're willing to move the cost that it takes the academy onto a sponsor who can cover all of the expenses, including the extra work it would take if it was free. And whoever would like to cover those costs for us, send us an email, gatheringasone@aol.com, and we'll let them know. We'll give you your name. We'll give them your picture and say, this wonderful brother and sister have covered all the costs that it takes to do the academy. And because they've paid for what the costs are, come on in as many as you would like, because this person have sent the number that it takes to actually do the academy. All right. So if you want this to be free for everyone, sponsor it. Pay for it because it costs us to do it. So I don't mind. I would love to give it away for free if you're willing to cover the cost. And and guess what? Every time I say that we're willing to parlay the cost on to them, crickets. It's nothing but crickets. Okay. So I just wanted to put that out there because people like to come in. They would like to pay the nations who are destroying us, but will not appreciate the hard work that it takes for their own people to actually build and educate in a closed setting. And that shows you the mentality of some out there. Yet I digress, right? So I would like you all to be a part of the academy, which start April 21st. Hope to see you there. All right. I've been waiting to drink this one for a long time. Belvoir Fruit Farms Organic Elderflower and Rose Lemonade. If y'all see that. Yeah. Elderflower Rose Lemonade. A farm sells this, and I had it for a long time. Refreshing. Oh yeah, I'm ready. I have that. Refreshing. It's delicious. And yeah, I have my tantalizing herbal throat mist right here. Tantalizing right here. All right. I'm good to go. Now let's jump right into this. And I don't know again whether or not let's see here. Let's jump right in. Right? Real quick. HistoryTimes.org. We have enrollers, those who are in charge of the administration, on standby. So please go and help by being a part of the academy. There's nothing like it. And what we're going to be talking about, you got it again. Making it through Jacob's trouble, how to prepare and all that will be in this specific academy. Now, jumping right in real quick. Before I go into the broadcast, let me address, and I'm doing this to help some people, to help brothers and sisters understand, right, how to hold the doctrine of Christ properly, right? And I'm doing that so to have them know exactly how the gospel should be carried by those who teach Christ's doctrine, right? And I'm saying this before I go into the lesson. There was a particular. Let me blow this up so you can see that. Y'all can see this comment, right? And guess what? I told brothers and sisters, I mean, I tell the elders and those who are monitoring our classes, please don't delete the comments and block people unless they're putting up spam and all that, because I would rather hear from the naysayers. I have no problem with it as long as they're not disrespecting people in the comment section, as long as they're not berating or disrespecting the teachers and all that and saying things personal against us, that we shouldn't censor those who disagree. Okay? We shouldn't. Because it's good to hear others' thoughts, only to have that healthy medium that comes to what? That comes to a consensus according to God. Now, if you're trolling and you're coming in bad faith, then that's a whole nother thing. But I would never dissuade others who may come in that might disagree. A matter of fact, I expect many to disagree because the awakening has just begun. The majority of people are coming out of the world has a different doctrinal thought opposed to what we're teaching. And I understand that. Right? So I'm not one to censor people because I understand that what they're hearing from us is fairly new in comparison to all these other groups and teachers, whether it be Christians, whether it be Israelites who are out there teaching. Now, I wanted to address this in particular, especially leaning into our lesson. I did a lesson this coming Sabbath. All praises be to the Most High. Man, it has only been up 4 days, actually, and has gotten 24,000 views. All praises be to the Most High. If you haven't seen this lesson, please look at this lesson. And I believe someone came and made this comment because I said focusing on the white man, and as far as doctrine goes, as a fundamental part of any ideology is stupid. And I believe that ruffled some feathers. Right? How can you make the doctrine or the foundation of your doctrine always thinking that your job is to pick on white people? It's low level, and you're playing into the controller's hands. And if you don't know this, you're going to find out in this lesson. So let me answer this outright. This person, whoever this is, Popland White 8721, right here, right? Stated, Elder, good lesson, but you're scaring me. Scripture indicates that the Edomites went way too far, and they still are, explanation point. A man is only supposed to be in captivity 7 years, not 400. Okay? Now, first and foremost, right? I understand what you're saying there. But now, in your feelings, you have ignored prophecy according to God. Right? Yeah, you're supposed to be in captivity or servitude and be let free after 7 years. But it wasn't the white man who put us under the curse of slavery. It was our God. That's number one. Right? So let me show you. I'm going to teach you here, because this is what happens when you get caught up into the only doctrine that I can actually cleave to is a doctrine that always points to arguing with white people. Right? So I responded back and said, scaring you? That's not my intention. So I'm scaring him or her, whoever that is, by stating that it's stupid using white man as the devil as the foundation of any doctrinal church, Israelite or otherwise. I said, scaring you? The scriptures are clear concerning judgment on the Gentile nations, who have gone too far, and Israelites also who have sinned and need to repent. What is scary? Right? And then I guess this person responded back with, I guess I've never heard any Israelite elder be so. Now listen, now check out this. Check out this. Check out this spin. Right? I've never heard any Israelite elder be so abundantly loyal and in defense of Edom. Now you see the disingenuous response. What in that particular lesson I taught said that I was in defense of anyone? See, this is what you have to watch. And this is why Moses, the Most High gave Moses in the law, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And I'm going to show you how dangerous this is. You have some people who comes directly into a video without even looking at the video, or decide to skim through the video by reading comments. I know so many times I went to a video and only read the comments in it. So this is disingenuous, because they would have people believe who haven't viewed the video yet that all through this video I'm in defense of Edomites. See, that's lying through omission. And this is why I didn't take this comment down. There's nothing like that within the video itself. I just said how ridiculous it is setting up a doctrine where the only thing you're talking about is a white man, when the Bible is manifold in understanding and there's so much truth. Why let that be your only focus? And I only said that, brothers and sisters, within the span of about 3 minutes, within a 2-hour video. Within 2 to 3 minutes, within a 2-hour video, that's all this person was able to glean from this insightful teaching last Sabbath. But I know what it is. I know what it is when it hits you where it hurts. Because maybe your belief in doctrine is to believe that all you need to do is thump on one race of people, right? Without understanding what the Bible says concerning how to wield the word of God according to the doctrine of the Bible, right? So, folks, that's what you call lying by omission. Or I would state that this person is just ignorant or fairly new to the truth. And it's okay. So eventually, I ended this thread by stating, we don't put words in people's mouths here, okay? So please focus on the complete context before making statements. Edom will be judged, and those who have followed this channel for years understands this. Having a doctrine as the white devil rhetoric as its foundation is doctrinally flawed and childless, right? Which deflects from focusing on Israel, our people, who continually sin against the Most High. Get it? And you know what? I sent that message 5 hours ago, and as expected, crickets. Why? I'm going to tell you why. There's crickets. Because now they have to think about going into the Bible and finding something else instead of focusing on something, a people who's told, and their actions of a people that are totally out of your control, right? Now, if you want to know how to deal with the nations and bring forth the judgment of God, stay with this lesson today that we talk about tonight, and it'll show you how to operate in wisdom when it comes to other people. See? Just stick around. You'll get it. So I'm not going to block the person. I believe the person is fairly young, and like many people, they deal with the provocative base learning that when they find an Israelite, where an Israelite is speaking to a white person who probably doesn't have any, theological background, probably a guy who is just as ignorant to history as he was, and use that as what? As a provocative moment to gain some level of, I would say, authority by showing out or showing off that I know more than a white person. So that's the provocative entry that many actually get when they begin to learn through Israelites. But that's only a stage you go through. Okay? So if you're through that, if you're in that stage, I understand it. But stay in that stage, keep your comments to yourself, because you have a lot of growing to do outside of that. And let me show you. Because this is the piece some of these people miss. The piece they miss is, it tell you in the book of Thessalonians, right? 2 and 5. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things. 6. And now you know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. Right? And this is the part that people have to understand. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work, Paul said. The evildoers who are controlling the world and their families now were working back at that time. Only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. So who's the he who now letteth will let? That's the God of Israel. So everything you see going on in the earth, our God is allowing it, including the time our people would serve by the hand of the Gentile nations. So with you looking at this and saying, well, the law says 7 years, but we've been in captivity over 400 years. And you shouldn't be looking to the white man to why we're in captivity under him or any other nation. You should be looking to your God. See, but that would actually mean becoming accountable. See, that would actually mean that there's something I must do now instead of focusing on just what the white man is doing or the other people are doing. Not that we should ignore what they're doing, mind you. See? So that's how I know the person was fairly young, because they were actually given a time of our people being in captivity under the white man or the other nations, as if the white man have control over that. He doesn't. How do we know? Only he who now letteth, that's our God, will let, until he be taken out of the way. They're only doing what our God is allowing them to do. And that's including chastisement if our people continue under sin. See? You got that? And that's why the importance of us teaching the law, teaching Christ, baptism, repenting, so that the Most High can now hedge us and protect us from these evildoers, not just amongst the Gentile nations, but our people also who have turned to sin. This is how you're protected by the heavens. See? Now, again, okay? And see, I like using these particular comments as teaching moments for people. because I understand the provocative thing, the black-white argument and debate and how that's juicy and all that. But sometimes, there's a time for that. But that shouldn't be the bane of someone's existence when it comes to doctrine. See? Let's talk about us real quick, right? Let's go to Deuteronomy. I'm going to teach the person real quick, I like to shy away from a little disagreement because it allows others to get a more broader perspective when it comes to the Bible, right? Let's take the other nations off the table real quick and talk about us, right? When I go to Deuteronomy, what was given to Moses, right? In the first 5 books, I go to Deuteronomy 32, right? Check out what the 19th verse says. Deuteronomy 13 and 19 reads, "And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them." Right? Why? Let me show you. 18. Don't forget, it was our God, the God of Israel, who sent his son, Christ, to guide us out of Egypt. That's right. It was Christ guiding us out of Egypt. Moses was just a man on the ground. And I can prove that. Right? "Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful." The Most High isn't speaking to white people or other nations here. He's speaking to us. That we forgot the God who saved us from Pharaoh, and has forgotten God that formed thee. I hear our people today would have no direction, don't know up from down, right? Who are atheists, unbelievers, who would rather give credit to the universe than the God who have placed us in this condition. See, you can't blame the white man for that. For you being an unbeliever, unrepentant. "And has forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Most High saw it, he abhorred them." He's speaking about us. We began to follow the gods of the other nations. And the Most High abhorred our forefathers for this. Can I blame the white man for that? "Because of the provoking of his sons and his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them." You want to know how people go into captivity? When God says, you know what? If I'm not good enough for you, let the nations have you. You'll come scrambling back by the time these other nations are done with you. If you don't want your protector, you don't believe that I'm the God of Israel who saved you, see if you can save yourself out of the hands of your enemies who have always loathed you. So what am I talking about here? I'm discussing how the white man gained power, and I'm going to prove this because the power was ours to either keep or relinquish. See, that's a whole nother level that comes with accountability. See? "I will see what their end shall be." That's what our God said. Oh, you don't like me? You want to deal with these other gods, Buddha, Allah, and all these other lower deities and gods? If these gods were anything, guess what? These gods would have been able to oppose the God of Israel during the time of Pharaoh. See? Check it out. "For they are a very froward generation," speaking of our people, "children in whom is no faith," speaking of our people. There's only a small number of our people who really believe in God and trust in Christ. That's not any other nation's fault. See? You think it's the white man's fault that Farrakhan and what's his name? Elijah Muhammad came out with Islam as an alternative religion for our people, not realizing or knowing the tragic history that came with slavery well before the white man was the Arabs under Islam. You think that's the white man's fault that black people came up in front of us and says Islam should be the religion of choice for black people? Folks, that was a Trojan horse. See, you can't blame the white man for that. And I'm going to show you the Jedi mind trick. That doctrine, Islam, came with the rhetoric of the white man is the devil. They came with that. The white man is the devil, right? At the same time, delivering us a satanic religion that would take us away from Christ. Now think about that for a moment. Where the moral climate was not based on what's right or wrong according to God's law, but what's right or wrong according to the political climate within the country, which lowered the moral line that we should have been looking at the whole time. The moral line now is white is bad, black is good. See that? So I'm giving you some wisdom here to understand, right, how to look at things from a broad scope without getting caught up emotionally into things to a point where your mentality according to the scriptures begin to error. You'll be blinded by this black and white moral line thing only to now see the Bible out of its true purpose and doctrine. See? So what happens here? They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. So our people moved, the Israelites, moved God to jealousy. That's how we went into captivity. That's the reason for it. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. What did God tell the Israelites? If you put up a no God for me, I'm going to put up a no people for you. And you're going to have the same people who've been destroying you for ages. That's right. With your name on their chest. See? They'll have your name tag. If you put up a no God for me, you'll have the same people who I showed you historically was your enemy with your name tag. You put up a no God for me, I put up a no people for you. Fair? Now, can you blame those people? Okay. For doing what they've always done? No. What we can do now is come back to the same God who said it would happen. So to be what? Protected by that same God who delivered us out of Egypt. That's what we can do. Right? He says, our God told Moses, I will provoke them to anger. That means God would make our people angry with a foolish nation. We'll look at these people and say, they don't make any logic sense. Everything they do is to destroy everything in the earth. Everything they invent is counterproductive to the earth. How can these people be the controllers and authority over God? We look at these people like fools. Like, God, why can't you put us in charge? We'll treat the earth better. Right? Well, hey, I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. Well, if you're going to put a dumb idol up for me, that's a fool. a dumb rock up for me and bow to a rock in Mecca. That's a fool. So I'm going to put up a people that's foolish, that make no sense, running the earth. And the only protection you have from these psychopaths is to come back to me. See? Y'all see that? So you can complain about the foolishness all you want, but then you have to go back to why the Most High would allow fools to run the world. See? Nothing would be possible with these people ruling. Nothing would be possible if our God didn't relegate power to them through the disobedience that came through the children of Israel turning our back on God. Huh? That's quite simple, isn't it? See? So did the Most High save us from Egypt for naught? Did he do all those miracles for nothing? Only to have our people go back to the same vomit, the same garbage we left in Egypt, to serve lesser gods. So the God said, well, listen, I gave you a land to serve me. So if you're going to serve these other nations and people, then, hey, I'll place you under them. Right? See? That's the doctrine of the Bible. It has a balance to where you can still identify the negative that the nations are doing it, but do it in context of the Bible. See? If the only thing you do is talk about white man, white man, white man, white man, and there's so many multi-layers and facets of the Bible, guess what? It's an insult to the Bible itself and the richness of it. See? And it discredits you. See? Because now you're just dealing with the Bible based on your personal emotions concerning slavery. And it's also disrespectful to God to some degree, because you give the white man more credit for you going into captivity than the God who placed the white man over Israel for disobedience. That means you have lost the message to why we went into captivity in the first place. Right? So I can understand, have your little moment when you first become an Israelite and all that, and you know, and go through all your emotions, including anger, upset, and all that, because that's a natural progression when you realize you were lied to. Right? So go through all those emotions within yourself, because everyone goes through those. But the Bible says you can be angry, but sin not. You're going to go through all these emotions after being lied to and all that. And then, but you must grow beyond that now to have the wisdom to become a prince of God. And that's what Israel means, to become a prince. So I'm not saying that it's wrong to feel some level of anger and slighted that so many people have lied to us throughout history and have treated us bad. And I'm prefacing this based on what I'm about to go into in this broadcast this evening. All right? Right? I'm prefacing this knowing what I'm about to go into. Right? Now, so what should be the mentality of a person who finds out the truth? Okay? You find out, okay, I'm an Israelite. These were my forefathers who received the law, statutes, and commandments of God. These were the people that Jeremiah lamented over, knowing that they would one day go into captivity for disobedience. We were the prophets. We were the people who set up the first churches in Asia Minor, Peter, Paul, and all of that. We were the people. Christ himself The same blood that runs through our veins ran through his. The same blood that was that was that was sacrificed for us on Calvary. That's the same blood that runs through the tribe of Judah till this day. Yes. No doubt about it. Right? Then we fell in 70 AD. The Romans, Edomites, the Europeans took over. They put up a people who are now, through a religion, with a name tag that says Jacob. Yeah. They orchestrated with all the other nations our captivity throughout the whole earth and have been watching us ever since. Controlling our religious understanding of the Bible, only to bring in false doctrines that would elevate them as God's people, opposed to us seeing the Bible as a history book for ourselves. They did all that. But in lieu of that, in lieu of all what they've done, how should you, as an Israelite who know the truth, view this word correctly, right? In lieu of white people or any other race, right? Let me show you a teaching moment for you, right? Here's a teaching moment for you, right? All right, let's get it out of Esdras. Second Esdras, real quick. The 9th verse. And I'm saying that, brothers and sisters, because why? Me, after being in this truth for decades now, since the early 90s, very early 90s, like 91, 92, I know all the emotions one go through when you realize you've been lied to, and then you're taking on and having to relearn all what you've lost throughout the ages. What the same knowledge that wasn't taught to that would have benefited our fathers and our mothers. I understand the anger one would go through once you first find out you're an Israelite. But none of us, we cannot allow that to taint our true authority in the book by staying on base one, talking about the white man, white man, white man. It minimizes, I would say, the manifold knowledge of God. So how should one understand how to interact with nations and all that once you have gone through your metamorphosis through the awakening? I know I'm Israel now, right? Now, how do I go through my metamorphosis without staying on base one, right? Let me read this. Right? 1 second. Is it first Esdras? Let me get it here. 1 second. Let me get it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me grab it real quick here. Let me grab it here. One second. Yeah. 2nd Esdras 9 and 13. Let me grab it. Now, you know the truth now, right? You come to the knowledge of the truth. And the Apocrypha reads, let me read it here. The Apocrypha. Let's get it. The Apocrypha reads, And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished. Y'all see that? So you cannot focus on day and night, every day, that God is going to do this. God is going to put you into slavery. God is going to do this to your people. Nah. You can't establish a doctrine on that. And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly, and let's just use the white man as an example, right? In context of what I'm talking about here. And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished. All you can talk about is what's going to happen to white people once Christ returns. And when. So if I shouldn't focus on that, what should we focus on? But inquire how the righteous shall be saved. See? This should be your focus. Not some gory end of people dying and all this because of what their forefathers done. Even if that's true, the focus should be this first. But inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is, and for whom the world is created. Because these are the people who are going to be left to rule under Christ anyway. The righteous. So we're not saying there won't be a judgment for the unrighteous. But your focus should first be on how the righteous shall be saved and focusing more so on the ungodly. Right? Is that crystal clear, folks? Do you all get that? Yep. That's crystal clear, right? Now, there are Gentile nations, and I'll go through that later. A remnant of the Gentile nations who will be saved for Christ's purpose. Right? So I'm going to go into that later. And that's the difference, because listen to this clearly. Now, there's a clear distinction between the Gentiles who would accept the true doctrine of Christ and Gentiles who are under a religion that's anti-Christ. Now, there's no hope for people who would follow a religion that looks down and scorn Christ. They're anti-Christ. I don't care what they call themselves. The Bible clearly identifies these people as anti-Christ. Right? All due respect. In this world, people have the freedom to worship as they like. But if you are a person who believes in the Bible and Christ, you must understand how an anti-Christ doctrine, when you're brought up in it, how that affects how these people interact with those who would believe in the Bible and or Christ. If they hated Christ, they'll hate you too. Okay? Even subconsciously. See? Christ says, know that if they hate me, they'll hate you. Right? The servant, let me tell you, it say the servant is not more worthy than his master. If he suffered these things, no, you ought to suffer these things also. If they hated him, they'll hate you. So now you have to view these people who are coming over amongst you with these anti-Christ religions on how they see those who are always in Christ, have always went to church, their mindset is to come in to disrupt our community and lead us into antichrist doctrine and or lifestyles. It's a spiritual war. Hit the like button. Right? Please hit the like button for me. Okay, someone says the New Testament is full of contradictions. I'll tell you what. All right. Mr. George Middle. Right? If you can show me one contradiction, I'll allow you to. Right? So make sure, George Middle, you're here when I open up the Zoom. Okay? Now, and please, brothers and sisters, please, elders who are dealing with the chat, if people want to disagree, let them disagree as long as they're not disrespecting anyone. Okay? Stop. Don't time people out just because they disagree with us. Please. So let's do this. We're going to make sure you don't have to comment about anything else. What's his name? Hold on. Let me get him again. Let me get him again. The guy who says the New Testament has many contradictions. Now, if I can prove that it doesn't have contradictions, that means you must come in with a contradiction. I don't want to see many. Show me one where the New Testament has a contradiction. No, they didn't have to contradict. Guess what, folks? They didn't have to write any contradictions in the Bible. The contradiction come with the doctrine that was taught to us. That's the contradiction. And that's proven when I ask people, show me one contradiction. Only to have a response with them with crickets now. They'll start babbling and talking. And I'm like, go into the Bible, show me a contradiction. No. What's conflicting is what you're reading with what you were taught. You can't blame that on the Bible. That's false teaching you've learned. And some of our people cannot distinguish between the two. They can't distinguish between their programming and what they're actually reading and try to blame the Bible for that. So I can understand, George, why you're confused. Okay. But the Bible, the New Testament has no contradictions. And if you believe so, bring it. Okay. Because you have one here who have studied and have actually read the book. Okay, so I'm open. I'm open for that. But see, no longer does these blanket lies that people have put out on the Bible hold anymore. It no longer hold the weight it used to. Oh yeah, the white man and all that. Nah, it's already proven. Even white scholars are telling you that Christ and the people in the Bible were black people. Oh man, I would follow the book, but the book has many contradictions. Give me one. See, that rhetoric is for the unlearned who aren't willing to go into the book and study themselves. It only works for them. Like it worked for you. Someone told you that. And now you're carrying their water. Okay? Now you're carrying their water. And if you don't want to believe in it, hey, that's on you. It's your business. But leave us alone and go to some place that don't go to a place who agree with you. Because you're not going to get us to believe there's contradictions. Huh? Sure, I'll go over the 2 olive trees and the candlesticks. That's no problem. Right? But before I go in, we're going to jump into this topic because I have a lot to unpack. Germany's Black Israelite genocide is what we're talking about today. I hope you're ready for a very impactful historical lesson. All praises due to the Most High. And I'll be right back with the broadcast. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Yes, Hebrew and Bible Academy, which begins April 21st, 9 a.m. I hope you're there. Making it through Jacob's trouble is the theme. Lessons like none other on earth. I hope you're there. Now, again, another thing, and I'm open for this before I go into the broadcast. You have many out there claiming that Cornelius was an Israelite. If someone out there who believes that, I want you to come in with the Bible open and prove that. I say that he's an Edomite, and I can prove it out of the Bible. Okay? To show you, I have no problem with races of people. I have a problem with Antichrist. See? So I do believe that there's white people who will be saved, like other nations who will be saved, who will serve in the kingdom to come. Okay? Under Christ, a righteous servitude. I believe that. So I have no axe to grind with any race of people personally. If a person choose evil or antichrist religions and began to attack our people, there's a judgment for that. It's called hell. Okay? So, if there's anyone out there who believes Cornelius is an Israelite, and guess what? I'll tell you what, if you can prove that out of the Bible, right? I'll donate some money to your church and your cause, myself. Okay? If you can prove out of the Bible, I'll donate to your church. A matter of fact, I'll donate to your church. You give me the amount, and I'll make sure your church get it. If you can prove to me that Cornelius was an Israelite. And if you can't, then we have to go into why one would lie to the people concerning a real doctrinal breakthrough that was given to Peter when it comes to conveying the doctrine to other people on the outside of the children of Israel. Okay? So whenever you're ready, if you want to come in a little later, we can talk about it. But don't talk in circles because I have the Bible open. Okay? If you need 40 minutes to break down that Cornelius was an Israelite. I don't have no time for that. Okay? I can do it within two. I can prove that that he's a Gentile and was an Edomite. I can prove that within 2 minutes or less. Okay? Don't try to show me some pictures you got from Italy somewhere with no name on it claiming that was Cornelius. All right? Now, someone says, enrolling in the academy to celebrate my 9th year as a GOCC member. Oh, shucks now. Praise the Most High. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Now let's jump in now. Now let's jump in. Right? Title of our broadcast today, Germany's Black Israelite Genocide is the title. Now, it was originally titled Germany's Black Israelite Holocaust, but I didn't want to deal with no political things because we understand Holocaust has a detailed meaning under our current climate, right? So I renamed it Germany's Black Israelite Genocide. So that we can understand, right, I would say the equitable view politically when it comes to victimization. Right? And I'm going to show you where I'm going here. Right? Germany's Black Israelite genocide. Now, I said Israelite genocide is because Black Israelites is because that's tongue-in-cheek in of itself. Okay? There's no Israelites anywhere naming themselves Black Israelite. That's a negative connotation that's been placed on Israelites within America who are staking claim to a prophetic bloodline according to the Bible's history. Okay? There's no Israelites out there who have named I'm a Black Israelite. There's no such thing. But for argument's sake, since the media would like to use it that way, I'm going to just tongue-in-cheek use that word, Germany's Black Israelites genocide. Now, why I'm going to say this, because anytime it's our people, it's named Black Israelite. All of a sudden. But there have been some serious atrocities against the children of Israel who ran into Africa. Even up until our present time, that could be deemed to some degree on par, or if not worse than what have happened in World War I and World War II. Right? We ran into Africa in 70 AD, running from Roman persecution, and millions of our people were sold into slavery by Arabs and Europeans. Right? There's a book in particular. Let me show you the cover of it. Right? I so happen to have the book here with me. It's around here somewhere. Right? Germany's Black Holocaust. To give you a closer shot, right? Let me show you here. Right? Let me full disclosure here. 1 second. One moment. Let me show you here. If you may, let me grab him here. Okay, on your screen here, brothers and sisters, I'm going to open up the lines after I go through this. On your screen is a PhD, a doctor by the name of Firpo W. Carr. Right? Right? He's a renowned author, Firpo Wyatt Carr, a renowned author who thought to go into the history and the atrocities executed against God's people, Israelites, they're not Africans, by the hand of Germans. Right? Germany's Black Holocaust, 1890 to 1945. So what we're trying to do is, with this history, he started going into what? He started going into history that predates World War I and World War II. Now, I'm going to show you why this is so important, right? I'm going to show you why it's so important, in a climate where people are discussing genocide and all these others when it comes to war in our current climate, right? Now, in order to understand Holocaust in itself, historically, according to the Bible, right? The history of the word Holocaust. Let's go there first, right? Let's go there first, Exodus, the 30th chapter. Now, we're not talking about how it's framed politically in our current Western world. Okay? What we're talking about is the origin of words, which are very important when unpacking a discussion such as this. Right? When you go into the Old Testament, and I'm here, hit the like button for me, please. Hit the like button. I would appreciate it. When you go into the Old Testament, Exodus 30 and 9, it reads, "You shall offer me no strange incense thereof, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon." Now, that's what it says in the English, right? So I know a lot of you ask me, Elder Ricard Shah, where are you getting the word Holocaust from historically when it comes to ancient history according to the Bible? Well, one must now go into the Hebrew. Let's go. When you go into the Hebrew, I go to Eastward and I pull up, let's get it. When I pull up the word sacrifice here, right? You pull up the word sacrifice, H5930, right? As you can see, Allah in the Hebrew, or Olah in the Hebrew. And it says what? Look at the words now. I'm going to tie this together for you all. Collectively stares as ascending. Usually a what, folks? Usually a Holocaust. a burnt offering. Right? So here is the ancient meaning of that particular word, sacrifice. And of course, meanings have changed politically based on what's going on here, but I thought that we should at least start with the Hebrew word from whence Holocaust comes from. Right? And this is from an ancient theological defining, right? That most would probably, it would go right over people's heads, right? So I wanted to put that out there first, right? But in particular, let's go straight to this particular book, because when we hear of Germany in our current history, we rarely hear of the atrocities Germany executed against our people. At the same time, the children of Judah was getting destroyed in the Americas. And I'm talking about way back, if we went to chattel slavery, right? So I'm just going to read a few of these, right? Here's a picture, right? I'm going to give you the pages of this on page 12, right? By the hands of Germans. What is this? Right? Let's read it. As you can see, it's the same picture, but what I did, folks, I took my phone and made sure I took pictures of certain excerpts so you'll understand the commentary behind each picture, right? So he states, this what I'm dealing with here is an historical piece. He states, a few decades before Jews suffered inhumanities in Nazi concentration camps, Black Africans, like the one seen chained here. Now we know they're not Africans, folks. We know that according to the Bible, it was the Israelites who fled into Africa. Black Africans, like the one seen chained here, right, were victims of colonial Germany's, hold on, let me break it down here. Hope you all can see that. A few decades before the Jews suffered inhumanities in Nazi concentration camps, Black Africans, like the one seen chained here, were victims of colonial Germany's African concentration camps that were set up in German Southwest Africa, now called Namibia. The camps were part of colonial Germany's genocidal program for blacks who dared to revolt against injustices and atrocities committed against them by the German invaders. How many of you knew this? How many of you knew this? So we have to really question why this isn't being magnified when it comes to Germany's atrocities against us. Why isn't it being magnified? Well, I'm going to show you why in a moment. Next, right? I have more. I have more, right? Next, check this out. Put that there. Hold on. Yeah, this is better. All right. Germany's first concentration camp in Africa. These are excerpts from the book Germany's Black Holocaust. Right? The cattle raising Herero migrated further south on the Central Plateau, where they established a centralized state, typically residing in self-sufficient homesteads. The Herero needed great tracts of land to graze their large herds. Meanwhile, expanding European settlement in the southern part of the colony began pushing the Namia into Herero territory, leading to wars between the two groups. The German colonial administration also introduced a system of private land ownership, initially setting aside 25% of the colony's land for Africans. That means we'll come in and take 75%, right? Germans. But even this portion was gradually eroded as concession companies. As concession companies, the German crown and settlers acquired more property from local Africans through direct purchases, treaties, and the extension of credit. Right? So eventually our people began to rebel because they started taking all the land and Gambia. Sort of like we see with the North American Indians beforehand when they came over to the Americas. Sort of so like we see they'll start off with a small war and end up taking over everything, right? Right? The Germans slowly chipped away at the 25% of land granted. Right? To the Africans. Disconcertingly, the Africans found themselves bargaining for their own land, and more times than not, they were on the short end of the deal. It was one of the grandest of land swindles ever. And as it stated, it was intolerable. So Chief Maharero, having had enough, led to a revolt against the Germans in 1948. How many of you knew about this? Writer Delroy Constantine Sims touches on these facts by saying, well, in 1904, now this was well before World War I, World War II, folks, the Herero tribe revolted against the German colonial masters in a quest to keep their land. It was a rebellion that lasted 4 years. Tragically, this 4-year revolt ultimately ended in a bitter defeat for all Africans embroiled in the strife, irrespective of his or her tribal affiliation or status in that particular tribe. And if you think that's something, let's go to the next one. Right? Let's go to the next one here. 1 second. This is page 14. Germany's first concentration camps in Africa. Sims goes on to say that the Herero uprising against the Germans at that time led to the death of 60,000 Herero people, 80% of their population. While the World Book Encyclopedia adds 5,000 more to that number, I'm just going over history right now, folks, because you'll rarely hear the media speak anything of the atrocities that have been done to the children of Israel throughout time. Right? The World Book Encyclopedia adds 5,000 more to that number. It says that by the time the Germans completely put down the revolt in 1907, they had killed about 65,000 Hereros. Folks, these are Israelites in Africa. The Nama were not spared either. Speaking of the Germans. As a result of this early Namibian struggle for survival, about half of the Nama population of 20,000 had been killed. As prisoners of war, they suffered the same fate as Herreros. Many died of maltreatment in camps or as forced laborers. They were also deported to German colonies in the Cameroon and Togo. Now, folks, some of this is so heinous, I can't even read it on this broadcast. More. Okay, this is page 15. Right? This is page 15. Right? Stick with me. I'm going to show you where I'm going. Just stick with me. I mean, where is the coverage for this? And why is it important from a political landscape for the Western world not to actually look into this history on an equal level as any other atrocities that are always on the front page? I'm gonna show you why. Or within current Western news. Why isn't this? Where's the movie for this? Okay? Where's the movie for this? You right? So let me read this real quick. Over the next 4 years, 1904 to 1907, they engaged in the most genocidal war in Africans. Let me show you here. 1 second. Let me see if I have it here. Yeah. In the most genocidal war in Africans' colonial history, nearly 80% of Herero and more than half of the Nama and Damara died at the hands of the German colonial forces. The annihilation led to severe labor shortages in the mines and on ranches, which turned to recruiting contract workers or those who tied to their employers through strict contract which the state enforced. Among the Amvambo and Kavango, who had not been involved in the war as the Germans were selective in their genocide, right? Now, check this out. One second. Check this out now. She wanted to make sure I had a scripture for what I'm about to bring up here. Now, it also reads, brothers and sisters, when you go down here, right? While the Namibian borders were arbitrarily etched by European powers, the Germans recognized no boundaries when it came to the methods of ways to carry out their inhumane, selective genocide. Some of those who were not killed in war were hung from trees. In fact, there were mass executions that came in the form of group hangings. Right? Ironically, these very same atrocities, atrocious events occurred simultaneously with the lynching of Africans and, hold on, let me get it. Right? And then it relates to the fact that they were doing this At the same time, our people were struggling from hangings here in the Americas. At the same time, Germans were hanging them over and taking over lands in Africa and all that. The same time, the colonialists and slave masters who have recently set us free were hanging us on trees here in America the same time. But yet, you don't see movies come out every other week on this. You don't hear them talking about what is this anti. When we hear Germany, we don't hear anything about what they've done to our people. And we're the people, according to prophecy, who are from the lost sheep of the lost tribes of Israel. Right? Now, when you look at the Bible, I don't think it's a coincidence here. I don't think it's any coincidence that we read this as a Roman execution against our people, starting with Christ. Galatians 3:13 reads, Christ hath redeemed us from the curse of the law. The curse of the law is death. He died so that we can one day live what? Life. Life everlasting through immortality. So he died so that we can have another opportunity or shot to the promise. At the promise. Christ hath redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. Well, what was the curse Christ was for us? For it is written, curse is everyone that hangeth from a tree. So they hung us from a tree in Africa and in America, mocking our Savior, who they hung from a tree. See, folks, a lot of what they do is esoteric, secret code. These are antichrists. See? So they know, according to their religions, what this metaphorically means by killing the same people who belongs to Christ. Right? The curse of killing the tribe of Judah is to hang them from trees. So they know who we were. Right? So let's go back to this point I'm trying to make before opening up the lines here. Right? 1 second. A few more. Just a few more for you. What is it we have here? Here's Germans in Gambia. Now, I'm not even going to tell you the religion of the man who's standing here in Gambia with his experiments and all that, but he's German. Let's just keep it there. This guy here, he's German in Gambia. Well, what exactly is he doing according to the true records that I'm reading here by Dr. Firpo W. Carr? As you can see, it's the same guy. And the caption reads, what? The caption reads, these are two examples of German scientists who conducted horrific experiments on black African, we know they're Israelites now, subjects who were corralled like cattle in Germany, in German concentration camps. They strikingly entitled book. Now you can get this book if you would like, because it was recorded in the book, Mass Murderers in White Coats. The book was published 1986. Of the science they was experimenting on our people, according to this book, Facts. By Lenny Lapin and Psychiatric Genocide Research Institute, go into more detail as to what these scientists did in Nazi Germany. Rarely is it spoken about the scientific genocide that was being done, under the cloud of darkness by German scientists against our people. Right? More. Let's read the caption. Lieutenant Von Duren carrying a Janbach whip, Shark Island death camp. For more discussions on Shark Island, see pages 20, 22, 23, and 235. When you get an opportunity, look up Shark Island. But I don't see anyone covering this on CBS, NBC, or giving this a title or anything. It's like this history never existed. Right? Just running through a little history on the children of Israel. Folks, it came to a point where that even the British had to draw up some level of I would say, a declaration or a level of treaty to come in to bring some level of light to the atrocities that was going on with our people, right? And guess what? The treaty is actually in the book. Huh? Oh yeah, we got the facts here. Because I don't think CBS, NBC, or any other news in America is going to ever tell you the atrocities that have happened to us by the hand of Germans. What is this? Union of South Africa report of the natives of Southwest Africa, their treatment by Germany, prepared in the administrator's office of Windhoek, Southwest Africa, January 1918. Right? Even the collective conscience of the British government was subsequently pricked by German atrocities in Southwest Africa. This cover has been identified as a 1918 British Blue Book available to the public, His Majesty Stationery Office of 19 until 1926, as per Wikipedia. Now, folks, why is this so important? Because this particular report was made by Britain in 1918, well before World War I and World War II. But here it is, after the war of World War I and World War II, there was an agreement based on the atrocities against the Jewish people in Germany, right? There was a Balfour Declaration in which there was an agreement that if America come into the war, then the European Jewish people would have a state of their own, spearheaded by the British Balfour Declaration. That's history. So usually when it comes to an atrocity, you would have thought that this happened in 18, that there would be some level of declaration or reparation for our people, the children of Israel, who have suffered throughout the earth. So yes, there's an acknowledgement here, but there's nothing that comes with the acknowledgement of our genocide. Right? I'm just going through history. Just going through history here. Right? Now, this is what's very interesting here. This is quite interesting. Now, in lieu of what's going on in America right now in the media when it comes to that the actor, what's the actor name? Something Majors. Let me see his name. Jonathan Majors. Yeah. And look what's going on with Jonathan Majors, right? Y'all know the story. Jonathan Major was getting chased down the street by his girlfriend, a quote unquote white woman, and ended up getting charged with some level of a crime when it was clear that she was assailing him publicly when you look at the cameras from one street to the next. Thank you, Jonathan Majors. Well, check this out, what was going on over in Germany when it comes to propaganda and the press. Propaganda. The front page of this German newspaper made the outrageously false claim that Afro-French troops were eparing, y'all, it's backward. The word, you can't even use the word on YouTube anymore, but assaulting and assailing women sexually, eparing white women, according to this. These were false claims they were actually doing through the media of Germany. It was written to evoke emotions because they knew it would stir up white German men against our men. The sexual horror let loose by Franco on the Rhine to add insult to injury. The subtext reads, disappearance of young German girls. Such news items were part of the propaganda campaign sponsored by the National Socialistic Press. Folks, they started putting this propaganda out, and it was proven to be a lie. European press started putting these out, that there was a black scourge in Europe where black men and that German white girls are disappearing and all that. These are actual propaganda posters that this doctor was able to actually get and post in his book. So to move a negative sentiment against black men in Germany. Folks, this didn't even happen. This didn't even happen here. But the propagandized news was used to ferment a negative divide against black men in Europe. See that? Lies. Folks, this is an actual poster, if you will. See this? Now examine what's going on with Jonathan Majors right now. That's the power of media, folks. If you're targeting a specific people, you can use the power of propaganda to divide and or to indirectly target people. See? But do we see any of this being promoted in our mainstream media right now concerning the atrocities that have been done against our people throughout history? Why? Well, I'm going to show you why in a moment. I'll show you why in a moment. Right? Now, a few more things I wanted to show you. Now let's take this off of Africa in a moment, right? And let's check out Margaret Sanger, right? Now, who's Margaret Sanger? Let me get it up here. And let's move this to our current time here in the Americas. Right? Let me give you a picture of her. They call her an American activist, right? Now, she so happened to be Jewish or whatever the case is. But there's some dark history connected to this woman. Let's move this from Africa to the Americas. Right? Now, this comes from Margaret Sanger's. These are records and chapters out of certain information that came from her. Right? Now, you can read this from the EWTN News. Right? And believe it or not, this is a Catholic media circulation here. Right? A Christian Catholic. So that no one can believe that this is my opinion, that I have an axe to grind. I don't believe in the Catholic doctrine, and I believe that, that they have a right to believe what they want, but I believe that there's a lot of, I would say, antichrist practices within the religion of Catholicism. That's my opinion after reading the Bible and comparing the Bible to the practices that I'm witnessing within modern day Catholicism, okay, that links to certain Babylonian priesthoods or what have you. But I digress. Even they had a piece on exposing the negatives of this particular woman by the name of Margaret Sanger. Now let's take this off of Germany real quick, and let's take this off of Africa. Let's bring this to America now. Let's bring this into America now. This is Margaret Sanger, according to the Catholic circulation here. They call her the mother of the sexual revolution. Chapter 68 reads, Margaret Sanger, mother of the sexual revolution, American Life League, right? Now, these are from her quotes, Margaret Sanger, Woman and the New Race 1, a book on her. Woman and the New Race, right? Let me read a little bit of this. Because of birth control, child slavery, prostitution, feeble-mindedness, and physical deterioration, hunger, oppression, and war will disappear from the earth. There will come a Plato who will be understood, a Socrates who will drink no hemlock, and a Jesus who will not die upon the cross. These and the race that is to be in America await upon a motherhood that is to be sacred because it's free. Who's this? Margaret Sanger, Woman and the New Race, right? Now check out the philosophy. Introduction. Let me go. Right? It says here, anti-choice fanatics are smearing the memory of Planned Parenthood's saintly founder. Saintly founder, they said. Margaret Sanger. You can make anyone a saint these days, can't you? With unfounded lies and distortions, she was a noble health professional who simply wanted to improve the lot of poor women by providing basic information on birth control. This allowed them to finally end the plague of unwanted children so that they could turn their attention towards bettering the lot of themselves and their families. As the former president of Planned Parenthood, Faye Wallerton, so insightfully said, no one can really interrupt what Sanger meant because she's dead, right? Introduction. According to the Catholic media site here, Margaret Sanger was born an innocent baby in 1879 and died as it stated here, bisexual. And it says she was on alcohol or whatever that case is. So she was fluid in sexuality according to this Catholic circulation. Right? Sanger was a proponent for forced eugenics. That means where the state can choose whether or not someone is fit to have children. Free love, that means, that's right, I should be able to use my body as I see fit and choose to have a family. Everything we're seeing in the sexual revolution came from this woman's ideology. So when you see Sexy Red and all this and people twerking and all this, you have to realize the fuel that was behind such debauchery. They understood where this would lead, right? Free love and birth control and, baby deletion. More than any other entities, Margaret Sanger and her organization were responsible for the so-called sexual revolution, which destroyed millions of families, debased countless women, and paved the way for tens of millions of people to wallow in the pit of sexual addiction, which worst of all leads to the most cases a total loss of conscience. Right? And it goes into what? Figures 58:1, racist and eugenicist statements by Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood. Folks, this is a Catholic site. We have to understand the minds or the wicked minds of those who have shaped our current declining society. We should hire her words, we should hire 3 or 4 colored ministers, black ministers, preferably with social service. You notice that if you have a social service degree in our community, there's always a job. See? So how do they carry out their plans? Put our people, our educated in social service programs who carry out these agendas within our communities. Preferably with social service backgrounds and with engaging personalities. So choose some colored pastors and those that are educated in social service within the black community. The most successful educational approach to the Negro, it says, the most educational, she said, approach to the Negro is through a religious appeal. We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if ever occurs to any other more rebellious members. Right? So she says, well, listen, let's just hire some black pastors who will begin to bring in the new age ideology that God is love, Jesus is love, ignore law, right? All things are relative, do as thou will, right? Now check this out, because I want to pivot off of this and show y'all something. Right? Right? Check out some of these racist statements according to Margaret Sanger. And of course, online you will see that some claim that it's taken out of context or whatever the case is. But no, these quotes are on reputable sites such as the Catholic site here. And the Catholics were concerned not just because it's immoral in what they were doing, targeting the children before being born, that eventually the whole society outside of our people would begin to take this on, and that in of itself would morally erode or corrupt the world. So it wasn't going to stay isolated simply amongst the people they initially targeted. And that's what the Catholics were concerned about. Right? When you read this, it states, check this out, folks. In April 1933, in the April 1933 issue of the same periodical, Sanger said that Slavs, Latin, and Hebrew immigrants are human weeds, a dead weight of human waste, and black soldiers, right, are a menace to the race. Eugenic sterilization is an urgent need. We must prevent multiplication of this bad stock. We must prevent multiplication of this bad stock, right? And it also had Jews in there also. So it says right here in 1933, she was looking to get rid of, according to these programs the Catholics were talking about, undesirables, to prevent the multiplication of bad stock. Now, if you notice, brothers and sisters, in our community today, what is a talking point for liberals as an advantage for our women? We have to make sure that they have the right to choose reproduction. We must make sure we give them all the reproduction health tools they need to make a choice. Right? Now I'm going to show you where we're going with this. Fair use. Years ago, Hillary Clinton received the Margaret Sanger Award. Fair use. Check this out. Fair use.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be back in Houston with so many friends and to have an opportunity to participate in the Planned Parenthood annual meeting. I have to tell you that it was a great privilege when I was told that I would receive this award. I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision.
Now what it shows here in a picture in the back stating that Margaret Sanger was ready to speak at a KKK rally. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Fair use. I'm going to let the whole thing play out.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be back in Houston with so many friends and to have an opportunity to participate in the Planned Parenthood annual meeting. I have to tell you that it was a great privilege when I was told that I would receive this award. I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. Another of my great friends, Ellen Chesler, is here, who wrote a magnificent biography of Margaret Sanger called Woman of Valor. And when I think about what she did all those years ago in Brooklyn, taking on archetypes, taking on attitudes and accusations flowing from all directions, I am really in awe of her. And there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from her life and from the cause she launched and fought for and sacrificed so greatly.
Look at this here. Now, when I see things like this, brothers and sisters, it makes it now that we must view everything differently than how they have been portraying these particular straw man groups, like the KKK. Right? We have to examine how this particular group is used as a boogeyman. So to do what? So to like fly paper, promote an ideology that everyone now must stick to. At any time, these groups that were created and all these others can be utilized as what? Ideologies to now say that our people are really the KKK. See? That's why now you must look at history when it comes to the KKK and all that differently. Because through the ideology, it goes beyond the white people under the sheets to now be able to politically color anyone a KKK member. Right? I'm going to show you where I'm going at in a moment. But check it out. Look at it. Hope that resonates. Because the KKK and all these were formed in the beginning of the 20th century. Well before World War I and World War II, there have been initiatives to attack the children of Israel, the blacks, our people who are living under the curse. Right? I'm going to show you where I'm going at here now. Million of our children cease to exist under those plans. I mean, only if Pharaoh of Egypt had these plans or could have executed their plan of eugenics as good as Margaret Sanger and other eugenicists. I need y'all to think about that. There would be no Moses. But when we hear about the atrocities and genocides of a people, you rarely hear about what's been done to us throughout time immemorial since our people, the children of Israel, lost Jerusalem. Right? Now, if you will, right? Now, we're coming to the end of this because I talked about the propaganda, right? I talked about the propaganda. The propaganda in which they'll use the media to color our people as the threat. And when we began to stand up for the sake of self-preservation, they can now politically attack us by calling us one of these straw man groups. Through the media, they can do this. Oh, no, that's the ideology of Nazi. Oh, that's the ideology of, of the Nazis. Oh, man, they're dealing with the same hate rhetoric as the KKK. Only to extinguish the conversations that should be had. And I'm going to tell y'all this, and I'm going to roll it out so you can understand this politically now. Now, the reason why, because in actuality, brothers and sisters, the media cannot promote what really happened to us by the hand of their people. Why? Because they set up a capitalistic structure within the earth where what? One began to receive resources under the umbrella of victimhood. Listen to me and listen to me good. how can they begin to promote or, publicize through media all the atrocities since 70 AD? Don't forget the expulsion of our people from Spain. That was us. Taking down King James' son and expelling us out of Ireland, only to put us in slaves with the rest of the transatlantic brothers and sisters who would go into slavery. See? They can't talk about this, about how we ruled parts of Ireland, Scotland, and France. Not France, Great Britain. They can't talk about this. They can't talk about the atrocities of the cargo slave ships and what people who are behind it, because they set up a structure, where there's resources based on victimization. Now, let's understand this according to scripture and bring it around full circle. Right? Now, this is an angle, brothers and sisters, that very few people have actually looked at. Right? There's an angle that very few people have actually examined. Right? Right? Now, many classes I discuss the false flags of Nero. Right? He fiddled while Rome burned. Right? Nero, right, according to some history, when you look at the annals of Rome, hired some people to dress up fringes looking like us who believed in Christ and claimed that these Christians, these Israelites, are burning the markets of Rome, which led to a divide between the Roman citizens and our people in Jerusalem. And that began the war in which Vespasian and Titus in the future, 4 years later, would begin to take our people down in 70 AD. It was a false flag blaming Israelites for something that would lead to total annihilation of our people in Jerusalem. Christ spoke of this. I've emphasized this particular point many days. Christ foretold the destruction of our people, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, by the hands of the Romans, the Edomites. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation there is nigh. What desolation? The fall of the children of Israel. Where we would fall for a time, and a dividing of times with no idea, wandering in the wilderness, not realizing that we're not Africans, we're not African Americans, we aren't black, that we're actually from the lost tribes of Israel. Christ talked about this. 21. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter therein too. They threw us in the arenas and all that, folks. We became the generals and all that, in their armies and all that, to fight their wars. Those that were captured who didn't run into Africa or different parts of Morocco or what have you. Christ spoke about this. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. The day of vengeance is our God warned against us for disobeying him and following the lower gods of the Gentiles. So the Most High said, you know what? It was through your obedience to me I gave you the land, but now you have disobeyed. I'm sending the nations to take you off the land that was promised to your fathers. So you're not going to get the land strictly as Israelites anymore. You must believe in my son to be guided back into this land after the final war. 23. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days, For there shall be great distress in the land and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. Slaves. So now you have to look at the slave owners to know who aren't the people. See? And shall be led away captive into all nations. And what? And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. Gentiles are non-Israelites. So non-Israelites will live in the land until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So until Christ returns, that's right, folks. This is a message straight from Christ. Know that the people in the land, ruling in the land, aren't the people. They're Gentiles. The times of the Gentiles aren't fulfilled. There's a certain amount of time God has given them to rule before the earth is judged. See? Are you getting it now? So if we're living in the time of the Gentiles, we must now talk about what? Finance allocation. Right? Why? Because before the temple was split, before we lost the temple, we were in control of our own resources within Judea. Right? So let's talk about resource allocation real quick. Right? Let's go to the book of Romans. Let's go to the book of Romans. Now, keep in mind, once we fell by the edge of the sword, this is history. Okay, this is not a belief. It happened. We fell by the edge of the sword. And yes, we ran into Africa and was sold into the Americas. That's history. Who are we, the children of Israel? Now let's talk about resource allocation real quick. Romans 11:1. I say then, have God cast away his people? Like the Christians are saying? Did God do away with his people and got another people called spiritual Israelites? No. God forbid. Don't ever say that God's people have been replaced by Gentiles. That's a lie. Our people are just destroyed for a lack of knowledge. God's people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Hosea 4:6. I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite, of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. God have not cast away his people, which he foreknew. So any Christian church or religion out there telling you that, oh, I don't know, God's people just disappeared. We don't know where they are. It doesn't matter, black, white, and all this other crap. You know that they're of the devil. Okay? Paul made it clear. Don't ever try to use me to claim that the Most High done made some spiritual Israelites. Where's that doctrine at? There weren't no spiritual Israelites taken down by the Roman Empire in 70 AD. These were physical people who went into Africa and have served the curses written of in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, like slave ships. Right? No, the Most High never forgot us. Now, get into the Gentiles. What happened, brothers and sisters, when we lost Jerusalem? Well, Romans 11:11. Paul states, now understand that Paul already set the table doctrinally, that there's no such thing as no spiritual Israelites. Don't ever say that God done away with his people to replace you with Gentiles. That's a lie. And I'm going to show you how the Christians execute this lie through their false theologian schools. They use emotion false emotion to drive their doctrine. They'll claim, well, God done away with his people because all the Jews rejected him. Liar. See, that's a lie through omission, because they know the current interpretation of Jews are the Jews we see in the earth today. So we'll look at their religion and say, well, yeah, they do have Judaism, so they don't believe in Christ, so that doctrinal point must be correct. When it ain't talking about that. You can't claim that all Jews or Israelites rejected Christ. Why? Because what was Peter? There would be no Christian church if it wasn't for a Judite by the name of Peter. What about Paul? Benjamite. So that means all Israel or all Jews did not reject Christ. That's a lie. That's a doctrinal lie that came from, that's right, the pits of hell. To make you believe you're an Israelite, now you must take on the claim of being the ones who killed Christ, when all Israelites didn't kill Christ. When you look in the book of Acts, the 2nd chapter, 3,000 were baptized that day and began to establish the churches under Peter and Paul. They were Israelites. So all Jews didn't reject Christ. That's a lie from the pits of hell. So that's the trick they play. Oh, well, if you say you a Jew, that means you hate Christ because they gave up Christ. Nah. Well, what was Peter then? What were the disciples? They were all Israelites. So don't try to claim all Jews or all Israelites gave up Christ. That's a bold-faced lie. There would be no New Testament. There would be no book of Revelation from John the Revelator, who was an Israelite, if all Jews rejected him. That's a lie from the Christian church. All right? You with me? So now Paul comes back. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? He's speaking about his people. God forbid, which means no. We weren't meant to stay down forever. But rather through their fall, we fell by the edge of the sword. Salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them. Who's the them? Israelites to jealousy. Remember in Deuteronomy 32 where it says what? That I'm going to provoke you to jealousy with a no people. Now, this is not talking about no salvation like they're teaching in the Christian church. What salvation is it talking about that Paul is stating within the context of Israel's fall? Well, the 12th verse. Now, if the fall of them be the what? Here's their salvation. The riches of the world. Resources. It's through our fall, all of the nations in the earth, they became rich. And this is what catapulted all the races economically above the children of Israel in the earth. This was the beginning of the economic disparity that no one has talked about. Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them, the more we're diminished as a people, the riches of the Gentiles, that means the more we're diminished, the more rich the other nations look. They measure their power and riches from our downfall. This is how they measure their success when it comes to resources, by comparing them to the Israelites diminishing. how much more their fullness. So how much more will we receive once we began to realize that that's right, the promises were made to our forefathers that we can get access to in the future through Christ. Folks, this is the doctrine that you don't hear anyone teaching when it comes to economics, how they became a resource chasm between our people and the Gentile nations. Right? Deuteronomy 32. He says, you're going to put a no people, you're going to put a no God or a rock up for me. I'm going to put up a no people for you. So now, and I'm going to make you jealous because these no people will wear your name tag and they'll claim to be you. A foolish nation. But none of this could be accomplished if the Most High allowed us to do what? If we had access to the resources he blessed us with as Israelites within the land of Judea. So no soon as we were taken out of the land of Israel, the Gentiles began to pillage Solomon's temple and all those riches that were in the land, and the whole economy of the earth shifted to the Gentiles, led by the Edomites and the Roman Vatican. They have our riches. Now that I've framed that all for you, I stated earlier, this is why they can't publish the atrocities and the genocides of our people. This is why if they're going to talk about a genocide publicly, they'll talk about the genocide of Palestinians today. Not to say that we're for any people getting genocided, but they'd rather talk about that. Because genocide in our current political climate, if you're the greatest victim, then according to the world powers, resources are allocated to you first. And guess what? It was one man who was intelligent enough, learned through their schools, to be able to utilize that program and that ideology to actually shine a light on what was really going on with us. Because he was educated amongst them. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Highly educated and understood the political optics that comes with propaganda. Whoever can show themselves as the greater victim gets political protection as well as resources. Right? Are you now you're starting to get it now? So they can't show this when there's only one victim that can be actually promoted within our current society to justify the resources going specifically to them. Right? Are you with me now? Right? Someone says, I thought I was the only one. See, I'm going to show you how you can look at it politically as well as prophetic. So you can understand there's a political component. In order for them to continue what they're doing in the earth, guess what? The resources allocated to a people must be justified morally to the world citizens. If they were to talk about what really happened to our people at the hands of not just even those people, then the sympathy would sway more towards us to be financially restored. They understand the prophecies. So they must promote one atrocity above any other people to justify what they're getting financially. Right? Y'all with me? Now let me show you something. So to say, listen, I believe a people should get whatever they say that's on them. But now when you lay out the case, you can say, well, okay, we have a German genocide too. So we're not going to say that whatever you're getting, you shouldn't get. That's on you. What happened to your people, you should stand on, whatever you feel is needed to repair what's going on with your people. But now you've set a precedent. Suppose we can show atrocities not going back before World War II, World War I. Current atrocities, what happened in Gambia by the hand of the Germans. The scientific experiments that have happened to us, the Tuskegee experiment, going all the way back to the eugenics during the time of chattel slavery. The psychiatric tests and experiments on our people. The physical experiments on our people to advance science. Right? Let me show you something here before we open up the lines. Right? One second. I'm going to show you, and I'm breaking it down for y'all now. Now, so this is why when you look at the news, it seems unbalanced. It seems like only one group can be protected. And it's like, well, hold up. Why is that? Right? When you hear of atrocities of what someone done, it's always promoted it only happened to one people, or their atrocity is above everyone else's, because it comes down to politics. See? Folks, this is what you have to realize. Let's put all that aside. You notice when people are marching for marriage and equality and sexual equality or whatever the case is, do you ever notice the timing of these particular parades and all that? The timing is when what? Resources are getting allocated during a voting season. See? If you come off as victim during the time that they're voting on something, for the next 4 years, there's finances allocated to your cause. So you must be out there showing forth yourself a victim above other people to justify finance allocation to your particular group. See? That's how it works. You may think they're out there strictly for a cause, but it could be. But also they realize what? The programs they have in place that they need funded for the next 4 years, and what people who's going to fund them in place as far as the political landscape goes when it comes to politicians. So there's finances and victimization. So while we're sitting home getting utterly eradicated and destroyed and all that, what do you think the Palestinians right now during the time of a voting season are out there right now? That war in Palestine been going on. It never ended. Folks, before they publicized October 7th, that thing was still brewing. It just wasn't on the news. COVID and all these others took that war off the news. But why do you think they're out there now? Well, of course, what's going on is unjust, but there's resource allocations for the Palestinians here in America. Wake up. Right? So let me show you this real quick before I open up the lines. What do we see here? Let's start here first. Now, this is a black man whose families, right? Whose family has suffered atrocities. This is a child of Israel, even though he don't know himself. And what is he reporting? This was a report in 2023. Right? State Department circumvents Congress and approves 106 million sale of tank ammo to Israel. And that's just 2023. So that means they was able to circumvent Congress. That means the congressman couldn't do anything about this 106 million. Let's look at this. March 2024. U.S. Congress spending plans backs Israel. Extend anti-AIDS program. Now check this out. $1.2 trillion spending plan. Unveiled by the U.S. congressional leaders on Thursday, included billions of dollars in military spending, concessions to Israel, long-awaited extensions, life-saving programs to fight AIDS. Right? $1.2 trillion. Now, all right, let's look at this. How much financial assistance has the U.S. given Israel? In total, the U.S. has given Israel $318 billion since the end of World War II, according to PolitiFacts. According to PolitiFacts. But of course, that can also be debated. 1948, we all know the whole thing, right? And the latest, this is 2023, October, and the latest Israel-Hamas war broke out October 7th. Israel began a siege on Gaza. President Biden announced 100 million and humanitarian. Another 14, October 20th, another 14.3 billion in aid to Israel. Now, we know since the war, the Nazis and all that, okay, the Balfour Declaration, eventually Israel began to get resources based on whatever political landscape is going on with them. But in lieu of all that, brothers and sisters, have you examined how, from the political standpoint, if you as a people have been totally genocided and destroyed, sacrificed since the fall of Jerusalem, how if that's not on the ears of the world, no one believes out there that they owe you anything. Especially if you don't have the power to say, well, hold up. All these resources going to all the other people, but we've suffered more so by the hands of the same people all over the earth that you're actually incentivizing. What about us? And I'm pointing this out. Listen to me clearly. Not that we're advocating or for anything concerning this world, because we realize how the nations became rich. The fall of the Israelites led to the riches of the world. Here's the reality of the matter. Here's the reality. And I hear and I believe, and I solely believe that it would be justice if there was reparations given to our people. But I must stay realistic. According to the Bible, it states that the Gentiles, the diminishing of our people means, that's right, the riches of the Gentiles. So they measure their power through the resources they have abundantly above the people they have enslaved. Now, if we were living in a fair world, according to God, then we would look at all atrocities evenly and allocate accordingly. But they cannot allocate accordingly for us, understanding the prophecies. They can't do it. They will not relegate the resources that came through our fall. It would mean the fall of their empire. Now, if all was equal, according to Proverbs 16:11 out of our Bible, a just weight and a balance are the Lord's. All the weights of the bag are his work. What does that mean? A just weight and a just balance. If we were living in a righteous world, no atrocities would be spoken without putting all of the atrocities of every people on the table at the same time to decide who should get what. If we were living in a righteous world, right? That's what God says. A just weight for a just measure. Right? Now, let me show you this. Here's a chart. I showed this before. The Council on Foreign Relations. U.S. aid to Israel on 4 charts. When you go all the way down here, out of all the countries that receives financial aid from America, Israel receives the most. See? See? Now, see? I want to show y'all this. Now let's go back for a second. Why? Let's go back for those who missed it. And I'm going to say this. It would be right if they gave reparations to our people. I would say that. It would be right. But are they right? Based on everything that we have, it's like I've rolled out a case in comparison. And through a current atrocity within the last, 70, 80 years, they received all of this, while our people who have suffered chattel slavery received nothing. Why? I'm gonna roll this out one more again. One more again, right here. Right? Why? You would think they would look at us and say, well, hold up. These people have surely suffered throughout history more than these other groups who are getting all this money. Surely, if you right? But it states here, Deuteronomy 32. I'm going to read this for those who missed it. 32:18, the God of Israel stated, of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them because of this provoking of his sons and his daughters. The Most High abhorred us teaching our children the evil practices of the Gentiles, to worship pagan gods and idols. 20. And he said, I will hide my face from my own people, from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a very froward generation, hard-headed, children in whom is no faith. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. You put up a no God for me, I'm going to put up a no people for you. You're going to look at them and say, well, hold up. They're getting everything that belongs to us. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. So we'll look at the atrocities and all that and be like, how are they getting all this? And a lot of these people and their foreparents had a hand in our demise. And we'll look at them and say, if you can give this to them, surely y'all can break us off, a whole society built off of the blood, sweat, and tears of the children of Israel, who have built who have made all the economies of the earth thrive. Surely there's something for us. But folks, what's missing? You know what's missing? Precept. I'm going to go back again. I told you I turn it around. I bring things around full circle. If they were to give us the money deserved for our atrocities, it would be just. But we're actually speaking to an unjust society led by unjust rulers. I can roll it out not just in Gambia, Ghana. I can go into Jamaica. I can look at what's going on in Haiti right now. I can roll it out and say, how is these people getting all this money from the American government while our people continue to suffer? The answer, folks, the answer is not amongst the world powers and their gods and their rulers and leaders. They know exactly what they have done throughout history. See? But here's the answer. Again, before I open things up. Here are the answers. Romans 11. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? No, God forbid. Speaking of Israelites, for rather through the Israelites' fall, salvation is coming to the Gentiles to provoke the children of Israel to jealousy. The curse that was given in Deuteronomy 32 has taken hold. We provoked our God to jealousy, worshiping all these fake gods, these new age gods, Buddha and everyone else, Islam and everyone else. He says, you know what? You put up a no God for me. I'm going to put up a no people for you. Everything he said in Deuteronomy 32 has come to pass. And now, what is salvation? Well, Paul made it clear. Now, if the fall of them, who are Israelites, be the what? The riches of the world. The whole world became rich through our fall. They measure their power and their riches through how poor they can make us. You think the nations are going to readily give this up? You think they'll readily give that up? This is how they measure their greatness, by how poor they make us. It's in the Bible. And the diminish of them, the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness. How much more their fullness. How much more will the children of Israel have or receive back if they come back to the God who have placed them under the curse? Folks, it was our God who have made the nations rich. He has the power to restore the riches. Now I'm going to show you how this works negatively for the powers that be. The powers that be for years were able to operate under the veil of victim, when everyone at that time amongst our people didn't know that we were from the lost sheep of Israel. This is how they was able to operate, because there was a theological attachment to the Torah, the New Testament, with them being of Christ. And it was through that, I would say, it was through that moral spirit and power that came from our churches that gave them the moral high ground, which justified that war we see in the Middle East today. But now that our people have come to the realization that we are from the children of Israel, now questions has arisen and say, well, hold up. I thought that we were supporting God's chosen people and had a moral and theological reason for what was going on over there. But now I'm not saying anything, but we're pulling back. We're pulling back our support, because I thought part of my belief in Christ was to support these people over there. And by doing so, folks, a change, a paradigm shift has happened in the earth. What's the paradigm shift? Let me read this out of the book of Obadiah, and then we can open up the lines. From the book of Obadiah, let's read. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Folks, for years, people have been erroneously teaching that this was Gumnanassar, of the Egyptian ambassador of Egypt. Well, no. According to Isaiah 13, this ambassador is Iran. The final war that leads to the whole earth spiraling out of control. To a degree, every person everywhere in the earth who believes will need a savior. And at that time, it will be known whether or not you believe in the true living God or the gods that have been peddled to you by this world. 2. Behold, I've made thee small among the heathen. Speaking of the Gentiles, Esau, Edom. Thou art greatly despised. See, now that we've come back to the knowledge of who we are, people are examining what they've been told through the media concerning a particular people. People are beginning to think differently now. 3. And in order to war in the earth, one must have a moral stance so that the world could get behind. That's why usually wars are packaged with the perpetrator being the original victim. You can't come off as an aggressor and get world support. So there must be a storyline to say that someone hit you first. See? 3. The pride of thine heart have deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rocks, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as an eagle, that's their emblem. Everywhere they go, they put up an eagle. And though thou set thy nest among the stars, NASA, the space program, the Israel Space Force, the American Space Force, thence will I bring thee down to the ground. So the Bible tells us that the same nations who were once down with Esau has become a confederate against him. The same nations who were down. Now that the truth has come out, who are the physical people according to prophecy. Right? Now the other nations are looking at this and saying, well, hold up. We were sold a bill of goods concerning who were these people. We thought we were supporting the people according to the Old Testament prophecy. And they're starting to look and say, well, hold up. You got a lot of people now who are staking claim to Israel all over the earth who once were told that they were someone else. Right? Now let me drop this before I open up the lines. When it says, behold, I've made thee small among the heathen, thou art greatly despised. So the same people that aligned themselves together and became rich by the fall of Israel are now backing up off of Esau. They're backing up now and saying that God who judged our forefathers in the past, when these people were under his guidance, has now begun to reach his people. They know now. They know now. We're living in some serious prophetic times. Now, folks, I'll say this. If there was, and I'm going to put this out there, if there was an opportunity for our people to receive reparations, not to say that they'll ever do it, because reparations to the lost tribes of Israel means the whole earth banks would be broken. Because why? Our fall led to their riches. If they had to repair all of the people they have destroyed throughout time, since the time we lost Jerusalem, there would be no money left for them. But say hypothetically, politically, they would advertise everything equally on the news. If they talk about one genocide, they would have to now line it up with the genocide against our people and decide where to allocate the funds. If that was a possibility, the example of how to get it in this world, and I don't think it's possible, would be the examples that the Jewish people have shown us on how to get finances allocated to them after an atrocity. That means Jews everywhere on their side unite politically under one agenda specifically for themselves as Jews. There's no way we could follow that pattern when we are everything separated. When we don't even claim to be Israelites, even though the prophecy says we are. We claim to be Africans. We're divided amongst tribes, be it Puerto Rican, Haitian, Black American. See? One thing they have is a political alliance to say we can all agree that we're the same people. Even if we have no connection to what happened in specific in World War I or World War II, we can still cleave to that and utilize all the benefits that comes from that for all of us as a unit everywhere on earth. We must stand under one banner. And that's one thing that's missing amongst our people. We won't unite in the spirit, according to the word, as the prophetic people of Israel. And guess what? It was because of the fall of Israel, all the Gentiles became rich. It wasn't the fall of Haitians. It wasn't the fall of Black Americans. It wasn't the fall of Puerto Ricans. It wasn't the fall of all these other names we've been divided under. And above all, not just uniting in the spirit of Israel, but above all, uniting as that remnant under Christ. Even if we took keys from what they're doing, they rolled out the blueprint, but our people are so divided they can't even see the forest for the trees. If there was a chance where the nations could give us something, we're not united enough to receive it. Let's open up the lines. Before I open up the lines, George, are you still in here? And above all, there's not enough time for all of it anyway, but I just want to lay it all out. I want to lay it all out and compare atrocities to say that, listen, you have to understand the political game they play out there by labeling people in media the victimizers. And the financial benefit, especially during war, to stake claim as a victim above everyone else. You have to understand the political sachet and finances that come with it, so that you're not played into these political games. If I know that KKK and all these are straw man arguments that they can now attach us to, why would I now operate in the spirit of racism and hatred toward another people when now they got a group they can attach you to as race haters? So to what? So to stop the true conversation. Right? See, I was able to lay it all out and say, well, okay. If you want to talk about atrocities, let's talk about these equally. And I would say one way we can use this is say, well, okay. What about you politicians out there that are passing for everyone else? We know you have the fortitude and the ink pen to do so. Here's some atrocities that happened to the children of Israel. Why didn't you push legislation for your people, your constituencies who are from the lost tribes of Israel who are suffering in the communities? See? Okay, George, where are you? You ready? George said there's too many contradictions in the New Testament. George, let me know if you're ready. Just say you're ready out there, and I'll bring you in and you can bring out one contradiction in the New Testament. 1 second, folks. Come on, George. Curious George. Where is it? Yeah, I'm ready. Come on, Curious George. Just raise your hand. Tell me you're there so I can bring you in and you can show me the contradictions in the New Testament. And another thing I said, if anyone out there can prove that Cornelius is an Israelite, no, that means you come in here and prove that within 3 minutes. I can prove to you he isn't within 2 minutes. If you can prove that Cornelius was an Israelite, Anybody, Israelite or whatever, I will actually donate to your church. Okay, so George is he was bloviating. Talking about the New Testament got too many contradictions but can't state one. All right, so I'm ready if you want. All right. All right, so let's do this. I'll try real quick. I'll try to open up for about 30 minutes blog talk. And let me say this. Now that we've laid out the atrocities of the children of Israel by the hands of those who have enslaved us, right? I would say when it comes to any resources or allocation, when someone is claiming that they need to attach themselves to us, right? So that we can back their causes, right? That leads to political and financial resources for them. Now our people can take a stand and say, well, hold up. I can't march for your cause. I don't care if you call yourself a minority. I can't stand for your cause. I'm not going to vote for your cause. Okay? Because we need to do something about what's going on with these people here. My people. Okay? So when you're ready to do something like that, then I can talk about what's going on with you as a minority group. Don't try to attach yourself to me and my cause because it's an insult. Okay? It's an insult. If you try to compare what's going on with you in the earth right now compared to what have happened to our people throughout age and memorial by the hands of your people. So I don't want to hear about I lock hands or lock arms with your people in civil rights. We don't got nothing to do with that. Okay? And it's an insult when people who's dealing with their own sexual desires try to attach their sexuality to the plight of our people who have always been destroyed in this earth. That's an insult. Okay? So it's time for our people to stand and say, well, listen, I'll hear your calls once you do something about what have happened to our people first. So that means I'll listen to you after I've already received something. That's how you do it. And that's how the political landscape is shaped, folks. In a nutshell, what you see people when they're out there protesting and all that, folks, it's about allocations of funds so that they can have funds for their programs for the next 4 years. And you notice after the election, all of the protests and all that stuff magically go away. You know why? Because now they have allocation to the resources that keeps you on the bottom. Right? Let's see here. Okay, yeah. Blog Talk is actually open today. 515-605-9327. Right? Now, someone said there was some issues. Someone said there were some issues with the sound. I'll try it again. And if there's some issues with the sound, they said some distortion or something was going on. If there's any issues, right, I'll just go to the regular speakers, right? So let's put real quick. Elder Lawyer is still in Africa right now, so I'm handling things. Elder Lawyer, if you'd like to come in, it's up to you. I can pull up Skype. It's up to you, but I know he's in Africa right now, so he's probably asleep. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm waiting for you, George, to show me some contradictions in the New Testament. Right? A matter of fact, I let you cheat. You can Google some and bring it. Okay? So I can correct you through the Spirit of the Most High, correct you in Google. All right? Let's see here. Blog. All right. 515-605-9327. Okay? As you can all see, 515-605-9327. And before I go into that, let me also make an announcement again. An announcement for the next Hebrew and Bible Academy that comes up, that will have the 22nd of this month. 21st, of April. Right? The theme, making it through Jacob's trouble. Making it through Jacob's trouble is the theme. The 21st of April. Making it through Jacob's trouble. The theme, it's going to be nice. Identifying the Gentile nations. Final battle between Esau and Jacob. Identifying the cult within Christianity. The truth about Mecca and its satanic rituals at the Kaaba stone. It's deeper than the Arabs. And also the dark side of Islam, their hand in slavery. How Christ will guide us through Jacob's trouble. And enduring the 7 trumps, we're going into the book of Revelation to break down all 7 trumps. I hope to see you there. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Okay? historytimes.org to enroll. 515-605-9327. What say you? Go to historytimes.org, brothers and sisters, if you would like to be a part of this. All right, let's see. Call in. I'll do it this way. 1 second.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Unmuted.
Unmuted. All right. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gatherer of Christ Church, here live. Hope all is well. If you have anything to say, any questions or comments on what we're talking about, I'll be more than happy to hear your insightful analysis on what we've just broken down. All right. And of course, if you have any other questions, I'll be more than happy to actually entertain those. And yes, if someone can come in and prove that Cornelius was an Israelite, which is a lie from the pits of hell, I'm open for that too. And Curious George, who claimed that the New Testament have many contradictions. It's hard to claim something have contradictions that you don't even believe in. See, that's dishonest in itself, because you would actually have to honestly have read the Bible in good faith, unbiased, to determine whether or not there was a contradiction. See? Bath Kama, let me bring you in.
Hello, Elder. This is Sophia Bath Chakma, if you want to say my Hebrew name.
Okay, how are you? How are you, sister?
I'm doing fine.
Bath
I'm
Kama.
doing great, sir. And yourself?
I'm blessed by the best. I hope the sound is good out there, because the first time I went through this mixer, they said it sound weird, but I hope you can all hear it fine. What say you, sister?
I can hear you.
Floor is yours.
Okay, yes, sir. So I just wanted to say this is my first time calling ever. I've been around the church since 2009.
Okay.
And I was baptized by Elder Vernell. When my husband, he was still here. He's gone now. He passed away. but
I'm
he
sorry to hear that.
baptized us. Thank you. He baptized us along with my daughter,
Okay.
Jessica, and kind of nervous. I'm trying to get over. I have a fear of people, so I'm trying to get over my fear and trying to be extrovert instead of introvert. So this is why it's the first time I've ever called. But I
Okay.
just want to say thank you so much for the reminder in the beginning of the broadcast about, don't focus on what the other nations have done to us, especially Esau, since Esau is the last, society that has done anything to our people, but to focus on what the Most High is going to do for us, who's saving us through all of this peril. And I look forward to signing up for the Hebrew and Bible Academy on the 21st, I believe you said.
Thank you.
And you're very welcome. It's my pleasure. And that's all I want to say. And thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you for persevering, and sister, you have my deepest condolences for your husband, and we're here for you. And let's finish. And again, we're not to ignore the atrocities of these Satanists out here concerning the Gentiles' conspiracies against us, right? So,
Yes,
what I'm saying is, when it comes to doctrine, the Bible says, be not curious how the wicked shall be punished, but more so how the righteous shall be saved. Why not focus on and setting your doctrine on how we can come back under the law and how we're under Christ, and to protect ourselves so that we can now see the pitfalls and snares of the enemy who's seeking our demise. So it's not to ignore what they're doing, but it's absolutely ridiculous making a whole doctrine in church off of the white man is the devil. It minimizes the power in of itself of the Bible. It minimizes it because the Bible is so manifold with wisdom and understanding that if that's all you're focusing on, you're missing out on so much. So we should also not to ignore that the evildoers are operating, but you can't make the evildoers your doctrine, right? Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate it, sister.
Absolutely.
All right.
You're very welcome. God bless you. Y'all take care.
Thank you, sister. And thanks for calling. Call in again, okay?
Okay, I will.
All right. Thank you. Bless you. All right. Going down the line, we have Nicole with a question. Yes, Nicole.
Greetings. Shalom.
Shalom, Nicole.
Good to hear your voice. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
It's always exciting to talk to you. We're looking forward to Jacob's Trouble in the next academy. I just know it's going to be just a great time of preparation for the days to come.
Yes.
My husband and I and my daughter, we love the academy. We don't know life before the academy, and we look forward to what we're going to glean from the next academy. So thank you I wish we didn't even have to enroll. I wish it was just like a lifetime enrollment and you can just automatically go from one to the next, just like clicking a button or something. But who knows, maybe in the near future. However,
okay.
First absolutely. First I want to ask quickly, is the Memphis church still underway?
Yes, sister. We're going to do the Memphis church. I'm working on that. Just hold tight. We're going to discuss that in our next meeting. First of all, I would like to what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an announcement. And the announcement is we're going to take all the email we have, all the, all the connections we have there in Memphis together. And we're going to discuss the number of people, and then we're going to come up with a location. So, last week, I think Oklahoma is open. As of last week, the 6th, all praises be to the Most High, just a few days. So the next, we're definitely going to move some of our people in the South in close proximity, probably a deacon or someone to go over to begin Memphis. So I'm glad you reminded me, but yes, that is on the docket. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Finally, you've been waiting a long time. Yeah. I know, but we're going to make it work for you, sister. Believe me, it's going to be there.
All right. Well, we're going to get back hopefully we get baptized within the next few weeks, or the next mass baptism. Mass baptism. We're looking forward to that. But I guess my final question is, I wanted to know exactly regarding, I always tell people when I'm in this truth YouTube channel where I share this truth, and one of the things that I say a lot is that a good God is a just God, and I know that there's the scripture that says He that leadeth in captivity. Can you expound on exactly what that means? Because I'm curious to know, in the kingdom, how will the Gentiles serve us if they are our inheritance, if they are supposed to, if God is just and He's supposed to, get recompense for, as you mentioned earlier, Esau overdoing it. So how does that look in the kingdom, or does the scriptures not? I know it's limited how much the scripture reveals about the kingdom to come, but I know outside of the 144,000 who will be ruling with our king and with the elders and whatnot, the 24 elders, how does the rest of the kingdom look like in regard to the servitude of the Gentiles?
Great question. And I'm going to keep you on while I glean through this real quick, okay? Right?
Yes, sir.
See, I'm going to tell you the ridiculousness. The ridiculousness. Excuse me. The ridiculousness of people making a doctrine of everybody going to be destroyed. There's no one going to be left of Esau. When it says there shall none be left of the amount of Esau, it's speaking of the lands they stole. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, I'm starting to hear a little click behind you. I don't know if you have me playing in the background too. No?
No, sir. I have
Okay.
everything turned down.
All right. Okay.
I'll,
Okay.
be mindful of it.
All right, great.
Okay.
It sounds like it's something. Do you have me on a speakerphone?
Oh, yeah. Shall I get you off?
Yeah, just off the speakerphone just 1 second because it's feeding back.
Okay, I'm ear to the phone now.
Okay, great. Now, first of all, it's ridiculous for one to say out there that there'll be none left of Esau, that all Esau is going to be destroyed. Right? Mm-hmm. Now,
Right.
Let me show you that first, which is utterly ridiculous. When you go to Genesis 25, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to pull this up so that they all can see this.
Because there's going to be a remnant of all the nations, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm gonna break it down because I know. Don't forget, I taught this stuff since I was in my early 20s. So I'm doing this as a quick lesson because I know what normally people is going to run into here on YouTube when it comes to running into some Israelites, right? Right. When you go to, first of all, when you go to Deuteronomy 25, right? And let's start here, where it talks about Esau in particular. All right. It was told to Rebekah, and the children struggled together within her. That's the 22nd verse, and said, "If it be so, why am I thus?" And she says, and she went to inquire of the Lord. She went to talk to the Most High. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thine womb. And eventually these 2 people would become 2 separate nations in the earth. And 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. That means instead of a single child, you'll have twins. And one shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Now, if it was meant for the elder to serve the younger, right?
They couldn't be all destroyed.
If all of them are destroyed and they rule the world, how can they now fulfill this particular prophecy? Because Esau came out first. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. So common sense will tell you something must happen in the earth that would give some of Edomites an opportunity to serve in Christ's kingdom. Or what of this prophecy? The elder serving the younger. See, but what they don't want to tell people is that in order for the remnant of Esau to make it through, it's our responsibility to tell the nations their position according to the gospel, like the disciples did. That means you as a teacher must teach them. You can't blame them for being wrong when they've been taught lies too. If you are a teacher of the Bible, you must give them an opportunity to choose whether or not to continue in the negative of their father, or to choose right when it comes to the gospel. See? And that's the backwards part of this, sister. The backwards part of this is you're blaming them for not following the law with the knowledge to go through the Bible to teach them better, but yet refuse to do so. How ridiculous is that? That's number one. All right. Now, when it says, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, call his name Esau. So Esau would one day have to serve. But we must teach them the path that gives them that opportunity. That's Christ. That's number one. Now, I'm going to show you what scriptures they butcher, because they're only dealing with scriptures according to their personal hate of people. Right? They use the book of Obadiah, right? And I'm going to the book of Obadiah, right? And it says here in the book of Obadiah, here's a scripture they use. And thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed that the end that every one of the mount of Esau shall be cut off by slaughter. So they teach in their crazed doctrine that he's talking about every Edomite being killed by Christ when Christ returns. But they're talking about that. It's talking about them losing what? Land, territory. How do you prove this? And it says, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Right? And in that day, thou stoodest on the other side in the day that the strangers carried away his forces. That means material, riches. And foreigners entered into his gates, speaking of our homeland, Jerusalem, like they're over there fighting now on our land, and cast lots upon Jerusalem. Even thou was as one of them. Right? But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction, 70 AD. Neither shalt thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. That's how they got rich. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. Now, one thing about this, Sister Obadiah is showing that God didn't forget anything they've done. That's number one. So we can teach the judgment. The Most High says none of you will get away. Right? Yeah. But then it says here, right? When you go down, it says, but upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. That means what they stole comes back to its rightful owners. So, and I'm going to show you this. And this is why it's best that people begin to study and understand theology before becoming unhinged, using the scriptures to execute racists through one's racism through their own, narrow views. Right? When you go,
the wealth of the wicked, the same thing?
Yeah, but let me show you something. I'm going to show you. When you go down and you look at the Septuagint of the New Testament, it makes it clear. It makes it clear what it's talking about, right? Let me show you this.
I have a Septuagint. Let me get it.
No, you don't have to. I'm just going to read it because I have it on there for everyone.
Okay.
Right? When it says here, let me get it here. Let me get all the way down. Let me get it here. Let's get it here. Right here. When it says there shall be nothing left of the mount of Esau, look at what it says here on the 18th verse when you look at the Septuagint, which is an older translation of the Old Testament. And the house of Jacob shall be fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau shall be for stubble, and Israel shall flame forth against them, and shall devour them. I'm going into that when it comes to the final war against Jacob and Esau. And there shall not be a cornfield left to the house of Esau, because the Lord has spoken it. So when it says there shall be none left of the mount of Esau, it's speaking of the property they have stolen, the ill-gotten gains. It's not speaking of all Edomites dead, which is utterly crazy rhetoric. Okay. Now, let me show you this in the New Testament now. See? When you go into the New Testament, it tell you in Acts 15, verse 14. Right? Now, this gives the understanding of how we as Israel under Christ must deliver the doctrine or the gospel, not just to our people, but to the Gentiles. Let's read this real quick. Right? And I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to make it clear. If a Jewish person was to come to me who was under Judaism and said that he'd been seeing things wrong under that doctrine, that he would like to be baptized in the name of Christ for the saving of his soul, regardless of whether or not he came from a doctrine that didn't believe in Christ. We as teachers must facilitate that and take him to the water. Okay? Now that relationship and whether or not he'll appreciate that relationship going forward depends on his walk with Christ. But all in all, if he come to me, regardless of what they've done and all that, we must what? Baptize them according to Christ. Right? Because let me tell you, it's been many people, even of our own people, who have harmed and killed and did a lot of things they're ashamed of within our community. And we're not looking at what they've done and say, well, okay, you don't have access because of the negative you've done, according to the Old Testament. Christ give you the opportunity to right the wrong and show an example to the same people you helped destroy, like Paul. So now I don't.
Okay, well,
no. I need.
How does the servitude look, though? I'm not.
If you work with me, because I'm not just talking to
Okay.
you. I'm teaching right now. Just be patient.
Gotcha. Okay.
Acts 15 and 14 reads. Simeon have declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles, to take out of them a people for his name. This is the reason the Most High put a spirit on Cornelius to come to Peter to receive the gospel, to take out from among the Gentiles a people for his name. What people? The people who would serve Christ in Israel in the kingdom to come. Now, it reads here, and to this agree the words of the prophets as it is written. For I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down. And I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men might seek after the Lord, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, saith the Lord, who doeth this. Right? Sister, what's that noise? Are you scraping something?
Oh, my bad. Keep going. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, you got thousands of people listening to this.
I was getting some ice. I'm sorry.
All right. So according to Acts 15 and 17, that the residue of men might seek the Lord, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, saith the Lord, who doeth this. Why? Well, when you look at Acts 15, you must go now into Amos to understand and fully what the disciples were fulfilling here in Acts 15. So let's go to the same quote. Let's now go to Amos 9. And let's start at about the 11th verse. This is where the disciples understood that they needed to deliver a path towards the Gentiles also. Listen. So it was written in the Old Testament. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen. We know that's through Christ. And close up the breaches thereof. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old. Now, in the days of old, we weren't split. Israel was united. So Christ's spirit unites Israel, even though we're scattered throughout the earth. That's the gospel. So that's for our people, right? Under David. 12. That they, who are the they? Israelites, may possess the remnant of Edom. This is why Cornelius was sent. So that now that spirit that was given to Rebekah, that prophecy, the elder, will serve the younger now. That they may possess the remnant of Edom, that's a servant, and all the heathen, that's the Gentiles, which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doeth this. Right? So how do you know this is talking about the Gentiles? Because in the kingdom, Israelites aren't going to possess Israelites. This is speaking of a path made so that the Gentiles who are willing to walk away from their paganism and satanic worships get an opportunity to serve in Christ's kingdom. Now, if they refuse, it tell you in the book of Ezekiel that if any Gentile refuse when Christ returns to serve, then he'll destroy them. But if they're willing to serve, they'll serve 1,000 years. And it's not the servitude we're dealing with. We're talking about a righteous servitude, where they get an opportunity to operate on the lands that was given to their fathers when the earth was separated during the time of Noah. But yet the ambassadors and governors over their lands will be our people. It's quite that simple. All right?
Okay. Yes, sir. Got it.
Thank you, sister. Bless you.
Excellent. Thank you. Shalom.
Now, see, one thing I don't like is ignorance. After everything I just broke down, someone says, so Esau will have equal with Israel. How is Esau serving Jacob equal? And you know what I believe? I believe people listen through their feelings. And while they're thinking, some things just fly over their heads. After everything I just broke down, someone just stated in the comments, so Esau will have equal with Israelites. Listen, if that's what you believe, I'm gonna let that be out there. I'm not even gonna answer that nonsense. All right. The number is 515-605-9327, right? Let's see. Israel has a comment and question.
Hey, Shalom, Elder. How you doing today, fam?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing good, brother. My comment was, man, that was some fancy footwork, man, with that hat move that you had done on the Passover, man. That was pretty fly.
Oh yeah, that remind me of those old days dancing, Philly floor takers, then stepping unique. So yeah, it took me back a few years. I grab hold to
Yeah.
I grab hold to a little of my youth, right? Spent that hat around,
Yeah, man,
yeah.
I say Elder must have been practicing on that because he didn't drop that hat not one time, man.
You know, I look back. I think I could have been a little bit more sharper, but you know, it's all good. What you got?
It was cool. It was cool, fam. It was cool,
Thank you,
man.
thank you.
The question I got, and I know you can answer this for me, Elder. The question I got is, if these other gods are fake gods, like, you know, the Hindu gods and European Jesus and stuff like that, what gives them power?
Well, I'm going to drop
If they don't exist, if they're fake.
No, I'm going to drop something on you. I never said they didn't exist.
Oh, okay.
Right? So let me show you something real quick.
Right.
I'm going to read this real quick. Right? I never said they didn't exist.
Yeah.
Right? When you go to Corinthians, the 5th chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, sir.
It reads right here. Paul reads, says in the Corinthians 8:4, as concerning therefore the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, but there's none other than but one, God, but one, right? So the idols are nothing,
Yes,
but
sir.
check this out. It says here, for though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth, as there be gods many and lords many, but to us there's but one God and Father, of whom are all things, and we in him, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, Yeshua Mashiach, by whom all things, and we by him. So it doesn't say that these gods doesn't exist. There's gods many. But you have, just like Satan, you have gods who have fallen to this earth, where the Gentiles, after receiving technology and others, begin to revere them as the creator. And that's really the origin of paganism, because the gods came down. They were here in earth before Adam. And these are they who gave technology to Cain and others. And in return of the technology, they would worship the same fallen gods who are to be judged. Now, back then, in old days, in ancient times, there weren't TV and communications we see today, not that we have seen up until this point. So in order for them to instill the fear and reverence to that fallen god before the flood, you had the priests of Nod and others who would make images of the fallen gods to have a presence of that god in their house to fear. That began the spirit of idolatry. It started in the city of Cain, where to remind them of the God who had given them technology of the earth and how to do certain things, they would have an idol in their house of that particular God. And that began idolatry. It's really a communicator to communicate to the people the God they serve in secret. But all of those gods, the Egyptian gods and all that, are the fallen ones who began to teach mankind evil and all that in order to cause a cataclysm on earth where man would destroy one another. Those gods exist, and many were bound before the flood. Okay?
Got you. Yes,
But
sir.
but the idols in of itself are nothing. And that's what the Most High was saying. The Most High was saying, listen, you're doing all this to fashion a god and all that and bow to it when you're more powerful than the shape you're making. You're greater than these fallen gods. You're more greater than this idol. See? But the fall. See, gods only mean celestial. Celestial. Right? It tell you in Corinthians that you got terrestrial, which is man, and celestial, which is a higher being, which is extraterrestrial. Celestial only means the spirits that were created that ministers to the earth. So when angels come down and service God, the Gentiles see these angels. It doesn't matter whether or not they be good or bad, or whether they see all the celestial as a God. So yes, there's gods many, whether it be in heaven and earth. It's just that we have a different view than the Gentiles have of them. Our view is these celestial or gods under the Most High or angels are sent to minister unto us, and they're under the control of our God. The Gentiles see them as higher beings that they should worship. And this is why the Hindus have all these different gods and all this. Even in Islam, there's many gods. A lot of people don't know this. The Catholicism, every time you light a candle, you light into a different god. These are the gods they serve in secret. You got it?
Yes, sir, I do. And I just want to thank you, Elder, for that clarification, man. I've been wanting to ask you that for a minute. Thank you very much. And Barakatah, Elder.
You're the bar. Anytime, my brother. Shalom.
All right, brother. Shalom.
Okay, I can't be on for too long, but I'll just go through a few more of these. Thank you. A lot of these messages are great. 240 area code. Max has a comment and or question.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, sir. Thanks for asking. Yourself?
Okay. I'm doing well. I'm doing all right.
All right.
I had a comment and a question.
Sure.
My one question and I the stuff that you was just reading about, it was kind of concerning kind of the question I had.
Okay, let's do the comment first. Let's do the comment first.
Okay.
Let's do the comment first.
My comment was referring to Cornelius.
Yeah.
The first one, because I had my own comment, but I wanted to respond to your statement about Cornelius. That you were saying that I'm asking, you believe he's not an Israelite, right?
Brother, before I answer the question, let me ask, how long have you known about this?
I'm gonna be honest. I just found your page, so I just found your page.
Brother,
so.
Listen, yeah. I'm gonna work with you here, okay? All right.
Okay.
Let me ask you first.
Yeah, let's take our time.
How long have you known about yourself being an Israelite?
Oh, that was my other question. I was going to ask you, who do you believe is Israel?
Okay.
That was one.
Okay.
That was not.
Let's start. Let me ask the question again. Because in order for me to edify to you, I have to know that you're listening to me. So do you know you're an Israelite, yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's yes. How long have you known? How many years?
Consciously.
Not consciously. No, consciously. Because you can just pull anything out.
That means like I've known
when did you confirm from a teacher? Let me get specific. When was it confirmed from a teacher with the Bible open that you was an Israelite? What year was that? How many years?
When I was in Christianity. I was in a line church of Geno Jennings, if you ever heard of him.
Yeah, but brother, stick with me. A year. How long ago?
Yeah, I'm telling you when I found out.
How long ago?
That was probably like 2014.
2014.
Like 2000.
All right, okay. Now,
yeah.
Let's stick a hold on 2014. Right?
Okay.
That's when you knew you was an Israelite, 2014. Good. Brother, I was in a class before there was YouTube, right? Around 2004, there was a class where a breakdown came down, and I was in the class because I was there. This was before there was any such thing as all these groups out here, where it came out that there was some breakdown information that's going to be groundbreaking. And we all had to go to New York. And then when we went to New York, they said, we got a new breakdown that Cornelius was an Israelite. I was there when it first came out. I was sitting in the class. And the proof that they had was a picture of an Italian showing a black Italian person. And the fact that Israelites were amongst the Italian band. I was there. Eyewitness. And everyone out there, I don't care if it's Johanna, any of them can tell you about that same class. And then the doctrine was changed where we had to teach that on the streets in the early 90s. Early 90s. Not 2000s. The early 90s. I'm talking about not 2002. I'm talking around 94. Excuse me. 1994 is when that came out. Right? Now, 3 weeks before that, something happened on the street. You know what happened? A Gentile came up, a white man, who said, well, what about Cornelius? Peter dealt with Cornelius because they didn't want to teach him. And I seen everyone scratching their heads. So what's the convenient way of ignoring a clear disparity between what Peter was doing and what you're doing? What's the clear way of doing it? How can you needle that thread? Because you aren't teaching white people. But yet Cornelius, whom Christ built his church off of, is dealing with Cornelius. So how do you thread that needle? A white man, I was at the teaching on 15th and Market when a white man came. Okay? Now, how do you thread that needle? Oh, you come back a few weeks later and let us all go to New York and tell us, yeah, don't worry about it. Cornelius is an Israelite. Okay? So, brother, I'm giving you the origin of, I was in the room when it was being taught, when it first came out. Now, let's go to Cornelius in Acts the 10th chapter, shall we?
I'm not speaking because I want you to. I want you to speak.
No, brother, listen. Brother, listen. When I
don't ever want to interrupt you.
No, that's no problem. But what I'm doing is when I'm speaking to people, I have about what 2,000 people up in here. So I must edify. That's my job. So I thought I would roll that out because it was no question about whether or not Cornelius was an Israelite until 1994. Now you got all these Israelites that, whether it be all these splinters out here who don't even realize that before there was all these different names, IUIC, Gathering of Christ, GMS, Sakari is something new just came out of nowhere, a spawn off of Tahar, Great Millstone. But before all of these,
yeah,
brother, I'm teaching because other people are listening. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying. Before all of these, it was only one group. And I'm telling you the year it happened so that they're edified. Because I was in the room. Now, let me ask you this. Why are you asking about whether or not Cornelius is a Gentile or not? Did you think he was an Israelite?
I believe that, yes.
Okay.
He was an Israelite.
Okay, let's do it then. I got the Bible open. I'm gonna let everyone see the Bible, and you're gonna show me where Cornelius is an Israelite. I'm waiting.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Now, I wanted to respond to what you were saying.
No, brother, listen.
I'm going to the scripture.
Brother, listen. Listen to me clearly, because I'm exact and I'm to the point. Am I playing in the background?
Are you up?
I hear myself in the background.
No, you're not playing in the background.
Okay, I hear echo of myself.
No, yeah, it's not on speaker or anything. I was just bring the scripture. I was going to bring Joel.
Okay.
In the book of Joel and book of Lamentations.
Brother, this is what I'm going to need you to do.
You said go to the scripture, right?
Brother, this is what I'm going to do. Are you with me? I need you to follow me real quick.
I'm listening.
To give context, some people out there may not know who Cornelius is. So let's go to Acts 10 first.
Yeah. Let's go there. Got
Let
my
me know
book.
when you're there.
Okay, I brought my book out. I ain't feel like using it on my computer. Acts chapter 10. Yes, I'm there. What verse would you like to start at?
No, just read the first verse.
First verse?
Yeah.
There was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius, a centurion of the band called the Italian band.
Let's stop right there. So we know one thing for sure is that Cornelius was of the Italian band. Right? Right?
Yeah.
So now I need you to show me that
Right.
this Cornelius right here is an Israelite. I'm just giving context so that people can understand.
How would you like me to answer it? Because I want to answer your question how you want me to answer it, because that's how it
No,
seems like it's kind of going. So
brother,
I want
listen,
to respect
brother,
the
listen,
format.
listen. It's fine, it's fine. What I'm doing here, brother, is because we have some people who may have, who aren't theologically sound to know who we're talking about and what's the importance of it. So I went to Acts 10, so at least people out there will know who we're talking about in the Bible. That's Cornelius, right? So now this
Right.
Cornelius of Acts 10, you are about to prove to me that this Cornelius is an Israelite. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, go on. I'm waiting.
Yes.
Guess what? And I'm totally quiet.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything. Roll.
Okay. I would like to go to prove. I just want to read it so we know what scripture we're going to. So we're starting in Acts chapter 10, verse 1, as I just read. And it's talking that Cornelius was a centurion man of the band, a centurion of the band called the Italian band. Now, in context, Peter had a dream.
Hey, brother, brother, listen to me.
I'm going to.
No.
Yeah,
brother, if I have to come in
I'll
one
just
more
go
time
to
and
the
say, go
scriptures.
to some
All right.
scriptures and prove this to me, I'm going to the next call.
Reading. All right, Zechariah chapter 11. I'll just start naming
Okay,
scriptures.
just scriptures.
All right,
Zechariah, what?
chapter 11, verse 7.
Okay, we're going Zechariah.
Zechariah
Brother, take your time because we're edifying. Zechariah 11, verse 7. Go ahead, read that.
Okay. Hold on one second. Somebody call me out. On my paperback, so I had to right here. And I will feed the flock of slaughter, even you, O poor of the flock. And I took unto me 2 staves, the one I called Beauty, and the one other I called Bands, and I fed the flock.
Okay, so let's get on the same page here. Zechariah 11:7 is saying that Cornelius is an Israelite because the word bands is in Zechariah 11:7.
Yes.
Okay, what else you have? And let me ask you this real quick. Zechariah of the Old Testament, you know he was about 400 and some odd years before Cornelius was born, right?
Well, you're not giving me the chance to elaborate, so I'm just trying to respect your format.
No, brother, if you're going to be all over the place and get offended for no reason.
I haven't said anything.
All right. So
I'm not offended.
So listen.
I'm not offended.
Okay, so stick with what I'm saying, nice and slow. You do know Zechariah. Okay, you know Zechariah was over 400 years before Cornelius was born, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He's an oracle of God.
Okay, so when it says, okay, well, let me read this because maybe you're going to thread this needle for me. And I will feed the flock of slaughter, even you, O poor of the flock. And I took unto me 2 staves, The one I called beauty, and the other I called bands, and I fed the flock. What does this have to do with Cornelius?
Because beauty, bands is Israel, the other 10 tribes of Israel.
Okay, what else you got?
And beauty is the Jews, the 2 tribes, well, the 3.
Okay, so what you got in
Levi,
here is beauty is who?
Judah.
Who's beauty?
The Jew.
The Jew. Okay.
The 3 tribes, the southern tribes.
The 3 tribes.
The 3
Okay.
tribes, Levi,
Okay.
Levi, Benjamin, and Judah.
Okay, all right.
And
okay, what else?
beauty, that's beauty.
Okay, what else you got? What else you got?
Okay. Also, let me get it right. I'm sorry. So also prophecy, I believe it's Isaiah. It's in the book of Isaiah, and it talks about.
No. We ain't gonna talk about what it talks about. Give me the scripture of what
No,
you're
I'm just
talking
go to
about. No, I don't. No, we got Bibles open.
You
here.
said give a description of what I'm talking
No,
about.
give scripture, Bible,
I'm asking.
precept.
You say give it.
Scripture.
Yeah,
Bible
I'm giving.
open.
Yeah, Lamentations. I'm saying I'm trying to remember the scriptures. I don't know what I'm saying. That's kind of all right. But just like I was saying that Lamentations chapter 1. I'm sorry about that. So this is also will be also a prophecy to right here.
Chapter verse.
Also like Lamentations chapter 1 verse 5. This kind of answers what the other brother was talking about too as well. About
No, brother, you don't need to be straight off the way other brothers are at. You need to stick right here. Lamentations 1 and what?
Lamentations chapter 1 verse Lamentations chapter 1 verse 5.
1 verse 5. Let's get there. Okay. Now, this is scripture, brothers and sisters. We're going to where Cornelius is an Israelite. You want to read it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Her adversaries are the chief. Her enemies prosper. For the Lord have afflicted her. For the multitude of her transgressions, her children are gone into captivity before the enemy.
Okay, so what does this have to do with? How is this Cornelius?
Well, this goes into basically the children of Israel, what's promised to them as it goes into.
Oh
Romans
no, I
5.
know. Listen, I know what it
another
says about the children of Israel going into captivity. I was talking about that all night.
So,
But
Romans
again,
Romans chapter 9.
no, I'm not going to allow this to go on. This is blasphemous at this point. I'm going to ask you again.
Okay, Lord.
What does Lamentations 1 and 5 have to do with Cornelius?
Because that's the spreading of the prophecies and the promises.
No, tie in
That's
Cornelius for me. How do you get Cornelius out of Lamentations 1 and 5? Do you know that this was written around 530 years before Christ was on the scene?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay. I can't do this no more. Hey, brother, you need to follow.
I'm not even cutting you off, brother.
Brother, listen. You don't.
I'm not even cutting you off,
brother. Listen. I'm gonna give you one more
I'm
because you
taking
haven't
my
done
time.
it so
I'm
far.
moving slowly with you, man. I'm moving slowly with you. I'm being respectful to your stage.
You
I
got.
understand.
Okay, brother, just relax. We going to Cornelius now. Okay. Because
Romans
no,
chapter 9,
brother, no.
Cornelius.
Romans 9 is Cornelius. Okay, let's go.
Do you want me to speak or be quiet?
No, Romans.
I'm just trying to figure out.
No.
Do you want me to be quiet right now?
No, brother. Go Romans 9, Cornelius. Let's go. Let's do it.
I'm just trying to have a conversation. We're on the phone, so that's why I haven't ever talked to you before. So
Brother, just focus. Brother, I'm allowing you. Romans 9. Let's go, because we're taking up time now. Go. Romans 9, because believe it or not, brothers and sisters, this is the teaching moment for you all. I want you all to understand the mindset and the theology of what's out there, that really what this brother's doing is actually proving everything I said earlier. Okay? So I'm glad he came with this, because now we understand.
It's like listening to a song that's a broken record.
Listen.
You can't really hear me.
Brothers
I
and
can't
sisters,
even speak, brother.
Brother,
so it's like I get
brother,
cut off so you can't hear
brother,
me.
hold off before I put you on mute, okay? Brothers and sisters, I wanted him to do this so I can show you how there's no way to prove this, and they out there believing this. So now I'm gonna give it to you, Romans 9. Show me that Cornelius is an Israelite.
Speak not yet to offend. Speak with my words seasoned with salt. All right, so Romans chapter 9.
Yeah.
It says, starting at verse 7.
Verse 7.
Go
on.
Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is they which are the children of the flesh. They are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are accounted for the seed. For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to the election might stand, not of work, but of him that calleth. It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So right here, as we see, if you can give me the direction, because I can't remember off top right now, where Paul was taught that he was the apostle of the Gentiles. Do you know what scripture that is? That would be my next precept.
Okay, this is where we stop, brother, because I gave you an opportunity and you have not yet to prove that Cornelius was an Israelite. Now, so I'm going to put you on hold. Now, to be fair, brothers and sisters, put 1 in the chat if he proved Cornelius was an Israelite. Put 2 in the chat if it came nowhere close to anything he was talking about concerning Cornelius being an Israelite. Hey, folks, again, y'all thought he was playing. Brothers and sisters, he ain't playing. There's no one out there who has a doctrine of Cornelius being an Israelite. Don't go through these gymnastics all through scriptures proving nothing. They all do the same thing. They all do the same thing. And that's why I put it out there how crazy the doctrine is. See, what this brother don't understand is that I was there when this breakdown, if we want to call it, this whack breakdown came out. I was there. I was in the room. There's no way you can thread that needle. The only reason they have to teach Cornelius is an Israelite is because it conflicts with them cursing out the white man if Peter dealt with him. That's it. if they look at how Peter dealt with Cornelius, they would have to change their whole breakdown and how they interact with other people. So they said, you know what I'll do? I'll just say Cornelius was somebody, he had to be an Israelite if Peter dealt with him. Now, I'm going to show you how crazy it is. Right? Let's go to Acts. And this is why if you don't teach Christ, you err in all the scriptures. Right? And I know what they'll do. They'll make response videos that'll take 3 hours trying to thread that needle. And I don't care because because there's no way they can go to prove that. Okay? When you go to the book of Acts, let me get there real quick. Right? When you go to the book of Acts, the 10th chapter, let's get there. This is quite simple. Right? There was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius, a centurion of the band called the Italian band, a devout man and one that feared God with all his house, which gave alms to the people and prayed to God always. He saw a vision, and evidently about the 9th hour of the day, an angel of God coming into him and said unto him, Cornelius. And when he looked on him, he was afraid and said, What is it, Lord? And he said unto him, Thy prayers and thine alms have come up before the memorial before God. And now send men to Joppa and call for one Simon, whose surname is Peter. He lodgeth with one Simon the tanner, whose house is by the seaside. He shall tell thee what thou oughtest do. So he went to Cornelius from the Italian band and said, Go to Peter, and the Peter going to tell you what you need to do. Right? Now, Peter had a vision. On the morrow, as they went on their journey and drew nigh into the city, Cornelius is on his way. Peter went up upon the housetop to pray about the 6th hour. And when he became very hungry, he would have eaten, but while they made ready, he fell into a trance. 11, and saw heaven open and certain vessel descending upon him, as it had been a great sheet knit at the 4 corners and let down to the earth, wherein all manner of 4-footed beasts of the earth, wild beasts and creeping things and fowls of the air. Now, don't forget, folks, Cornelius is on his way to meet Peter. 13, and there came a voice to him, Rise, Peter, kill and eat. 14, but Peter said, Not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything that is common or unclean. There was pigs and everything in his dream. God said, Eat. He says, I can't eat this stuff. It's unclean. 15, and the voice spake unto him again the second time, What God hath cleansed, that call not thou common. Now, he wasn't talking about actual meats here, and I'm going to prove that. 16, this was done thrice, 3 times, and the vessel was received again into heaven. 17, now while Peter doubted in himself what this vision which it had seen should mean. So that means when Peter woke up, he still didn't understand why the Most High was trying to get him to eat all these unclean foods. Now, if it was about eating anything you like and praying over it, he would have went and got him a bowl of chitlins or some pork chops. At this point, Peter doesn't understand what this vision was about. But don't forget, before the vision, the Most High was sending Cornelius. Behold, the men which were sent from Cornelius had made inquiry of Simon's house and stood before the gate. So they're there. God sent them. And he called and asked whether Simon, which was surnamed Peter has the keys to Christ's kingdom. See? Well, lodged there. 19. While Peter thought on the vision, the Spirit said unto him, Behold, 3 men seek thee. So Peter is still perplexed to what this dream of with pigs and all these other unclean animals. While he was still perplexed, a thought say, Go seek these men. They're there. 20. Arise, therefore, and get thee down and go with them, doubting nothing, for I have sent them. Then Peter went down to the men from where were sent unto him from Cornelius, and said, Behold, I am he whom you seek. What is the cause wherefore you are come? Peter said to him. 22. And they said, Cornelius the centurion, a just man, and one that feareth God, of good report, among all the nations of the Jews. So obviously, there was a report of this man from the Italian band, was warned from God by an holy angel to send for thee into his house, and to hear words of thee. Then called he to them and lodged them. And on the morrow, Peter went away with them, and certain brethren from Joppa accompanied him. And the morrow after they entered into Caesarea, and Cornelius awaited for them, and had called together his kinsmen and near friends. And as Peter was coming in, Cornelius met him, and fell down at his feet, and worshipped him. And Peter took him up, saying, Stand up, I myself am a man. 27, listen. And as he talked with him, he went in and found many that were come together. 28, listen. And he said unto them, You know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come unto one of another nation. Of another nation. So Peter said, you know, I'm not supposed to be sitting down with you because you are of another race. When you look at that word race there, let me show you. Let's show you here. When you view the word race there, let me pull it up here. When you view the word, it's what? Alophilis, which is what? Look at this. Gentile. One of another race or nation. Right? So let's go back to 28. You can't make this up. And he said unto them, you know how that is unlawful for a man that is a Jew. Peter was from the tribe of Judah, to keep company or come unto one of another nation. But God, here it is. Now say you know more than God. But God hath showed me that I should not call any man, not pig, not horse, not dog, not monkey, not unclean. So what was being shown in the vision was the Most High preparing Peter to sit and deal with a Gentile. But God hath showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean. That was a Gentile. Period. Now, how do you know that this Gentile was an Edomite? Again, go to Acts 15, verse 14. Simeon, that's another name for Peter, have declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name, Cornelius. See? So that now, out of Esau, the elder can serve the younger. But you're not just going to go into the kingdom. You must repent and come to Christ to fulfill your prophecy for the kingdom. See? Now, when you go into it, how do you know he's Esau? Well, this prophecy is also written in Amos 9 and 11, which reads, In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom. Hence the reason the Most High told Cornelius to go to Peter. And all the heathen which are Gentiles, which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doeth this. Now, how does the Most High cover these Gentiles? Because they must accept Christ. And these are the nations who will serve in Christ's kingdom. Does it get any simpler than that? You see, I don't need any gymnastics and all that. If they accepted Cornelius as a Gentile, as the Bible speaks of him, then it would show you how ridiculous that doctrine is when it comes to pointing out white people and all that and not giving them access to learn what their portion is for the kingdom. It would have to change their whole doctrine when it comes to how they treat white people. That's the only reason they changed Cornelius into an Israelite. Okay? You're barking up the wrong tree here. A matter of fact, brother, if you really want to actually be able to teach what you're teaching, you should have went to Acts, the 2nd chapter. Because at least in the Acts, the 2nd chapter, it says there was devout Jews out of every nation under heaven. And Italia is one of those nations that Peter baptized. See? Because that's what we used to do when the breakdown came down in 1994. But you know what's wrong with that particular breakdown, saying that there was Israelites amongst Italians? Is the fact that, listen, Peter meet Cornelius in Acts the 10th chapter. So you can't use the 2nd chapter, because someone would have to wonder, well, why did Peter deal with the Italians or Jews in Italy in Acts the 2nd chapter, but yet he had to go through a vision to deal with Cornelius? See? So I'm going to help you out here. See? I was there when it was taught. And we use Acts the 2nd chapter to show the Jews out of devout nation and showed Italians, and use a straw man connection to say that Cornelius must have been a part of one of them. Okay? Am I helping you out here? All right. Yeah. So you can't thread that needle. Not here. All right. 916 area code. All right. 916 area code. area code. Okay, there's no one there, so let's go to the next one here. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's see. 857 area code. 857.
Shalom.
Shalom, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I just have a quick question. I just want to like a breakdown of the 2 olive trees.
What's your name?
Uzziah.
Okay, great question. Great question.
From Boston.
My brother.
Yes. You know, some people say it's the northern and the kingdom. I mean, the northern and the southern kingdom.
Yeah.
That's going to get grafted in. And some people say it's the Gentiles and the Israelites. So I just wanted like a clear breakdown from you. You know what I'm saying? Is it talking about the Israelites and the Gentiles? Are the Gentiles going to get grafted in? Or is it talking about the northern and the southern kingdom?
Well, there is no Israelites that are getting grafted in. If you're an Israelite, you are an Israelite. Okay.
No. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
the Israelites. The Gentiles. The Gentiles.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Are they going to get grafted in?
Yeah. I'll show you. Hold on. 1 second, all right? One second, okay?
Come.
Am I playing in the background?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had it muted.
problem.
Sorry.
All right, 1 second. It's one scripture I'm going to get. All right, let's get it. All right, when you go to Isaiah 43, right?
Come.
I'm going to go there first. Now, keep in mind that there's a heavenly connection between what happens at the throne of the Most High that connects to the earth, to minister unto the earth. So there's two candlesticks in the heavens, right? But this is in direct prophetic connection to God's people. All right. So you got the heavenly candlesticks that are there, but they symbolize something in the earth, right? So when you go to Isaiah the 43rd chapter, let me go there. Right? Isaiah 43:1 reads, But now thus saith the Lord that have created thee, O Jacob, and have formed thee, O Israel. We know that's Judah and Israel, the two tribes that were split. Fear not, for I redeemed thee, and I've called thee by thy name, thou art mine. Right? And then it goes all the way down, right? When you go down to the 10th verse, it says, and it tell you that we ascribed ourselves a name after we learn we're Israel, when you read this whole chapter. But when you go down to the 10th verse, brother, it reads, Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. So when this breaks down, it says, ye are my witnesses. It's speaking of the two witnesses before the two candlesticks, which are in earth, God's people, Israel and Judah, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. This has nothing to do with Gentiles in particular. Okay, it's speaking of the two kingdoms that were split.
Okay, so the Gentiles are going to be grafted in just like how they have a chance to be saved, and they saving is them being servants, pretty much.
Yeah, but the grafted in is a whole nother different breakdown, because even those who believe in Christ will be on the outer courts outside of the temple. You're right. So when it talks about is Gentiles, matter of fact, let me get it. I can better show you than tell you. Right? Right?
Yes.
When you go to the two witnesses in Revelation 11, linking back to what I was talking about. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. We know that's 144,000. But the court, which is without the temple, that means what? The Gentiles, the people on the outside of God's people, leave out and measure it not. So the Most High isn't seeking a certain number of Gentiles to be saved before the coming of Christ. He's seeking the physical people, a number who would actually come to that 144,000 before the return of Christ. Gentiles aren't numbered in that. For it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they trod underfoot 42 months. Okay, so it's saying that the Gentiles, even if they do come in and learn, eventually they'll be on the outer courts, because Jerusalem, or The temple of God belongs to its people. And that's what I think, that's what people are getting confused. They believe if we teach the Gentiles and they come in, the Gentiles are learning under Christ, that this is us giving the Gentiles something equal to Israelites, when we have no kingdom to give Israelites or Gentiles. It's the Most High who's going to set Israel up under Christ and put the Gentiles back into their natural place that was allotted them in the beginning.
Right. Everything's going to be back in order.
Yeah. So a lot of them, when they see Gentiles amongst us, they try to conflate things and say, well, he's saying that Israelites and Gentiles will be equal in the kingdom of heaven, which makes them liars. But they know if they say that, people who don't know what we teach would look at it and be like, man, that's what they teach. Man, I'm not dealing with them. So they have to lie, right? In order to get people not to actually listen to what the Bible is being said through us.
Right. And that's why I was
listen,
brother.
Listen, someone says Cornelius was from the northern tribe. If you can prove that Cornelius was from the northern tribes, I'll tell you what, I'll break down and join your church tonight if you can prove that. And don't forget, I taught that before you knew anything about the Bible. If you can prove to me that Cornelius, through the Bible, was from the northern tribes, one of the 10 tribes, because we taught that too. I was there when the breakdown came out, and I can teach that better than probably you can come on and explain it.
Yeah.
I'm talking to these people out there. So you can put whatever you want out there. If you want to believe that, that's on you. Okay? But you can't prove what you're saying out of the Bible.
Right. Right.
I'm speaking to somebody in the comment section. You can't even prove that. Okay? You can't prove you're from the Northern Kingdom. And guess what? And if you can, call up, and I'll tell you what. I'll break down and join whatever you'll become my teacher forever if you can prove that tonight. That Cornelius is from the Northern Kingdom. But I know you ain't. No, I'm talking about them. Brother, let me put you on hold because I'm talking to somebody else, all right?
Okay, can I just say a comment?
Okay, go on. Go on.
No, I was going to say, us Israelites, we need to focus on us, because when you read, the centurion story in St. Matthew 8:5, Yeshua says, verily I say unto you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. And I say unto you that many shall come from east and west and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven, but the children of the kingdom shall be cast out unto utter darkness. They shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So that shows you that, the Most High is, we're so worried about the Gentiles and what they got going on. We need to be worried about us. Yeshua is telling us here in this verse, like, we got to get it together or we going to be outside the kingdom.
Thank you, brother. I couldn't have said it better. Thank you. Shalom. Bless you,
Shalom.
Shalom.
Thanks.
Listen, I'll tell you how I can show you the scriptural gymnastics you would have to go through, right? The whole thing is when we used to break it down. Let me add myself before YouTube and all that. Before when it was all one group, it wasn't all these others out there. They would say Cornelius devout. The white man can't be devout. The white man tell you he's evil. So right there, that's a clue that he must be an Israelite. Folks, you can't make this up. This is what they do. He was devout. So devout means he couldn't have been the white man. So he must have been an Israelite. And then they'll go through all the devout scriptures showing Israelites being devout through the scriptures and say, see the Israelites devout? See? He's an Israelite. You can't make this up, folks. Folks, I'm laughing, but it isn't funny. This is what they do. Then they say the 10 tribes were spread throughout even Italia and all that. So Cornelius must have been one of them in the northern kingdom. Can you prove that? Well, no. But he have to be. See? That was Peter dealing with the 10 tribes. Can you prove that's Cornelius from the northern kingdom? Well, no. See, this is what you have to go through. These scriptural gymnastics. If you, let me tell you, this is what you have to go through when you don't want to listen to what the Bible states and says in plain sight. I can break down in a couple of minutes, and I just proved it within 3 scriptures that Cornelius was an Edomite from another nation, according to precepts. Right? And the last caller did sum it up. I wish I had more time, but I'm out of time. That concludes our broadcast for today. Keep in mind, stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Jerusalem, Israel. And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. I'll see you this Friday on Patreon. Shalom. Bless you.
The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon